Krishna 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 Hey Krishna 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 Hey Krishna 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 Rakshamam Krishna 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 Pahimam Rama Raghava Rama Raghava Rama Raghava Rakshamam Krishna Keshava Krishna Keshava Krishna Keshava Pahimam. O Lord Krishna, please protect me, us, and maintain us. O Lord Rama, descendant of King Raghu, please protect us. O Krishna, O Keshava, killer of the Keshi demon, please maintain us. So, does everyone see the Krishna book page right now, or do I have to stop share and restart it again?
I see it.
Good?
I see it. It's fine.
Okay, great. So, where we, just to recap from yesterday, after hearing Krishna speak the entire philosophy of spiritual life in an abbreviated summation, Vasudeva was exceedingly pleased with his son. Being thus elated, he could not speak, but remained silent. In the meantime, Devakī, the mother of Lord Krishna, sat by the side of her husband. Previously she had heard that both Krishna and Balaram were so kind upon their teacher that they had brought back the teacher's dead sons from the clutches of the superintendent of death, Yamaraj. Since she had heard this incident, she had been also thinking of her own sons who were killed by Kamks, and while remembering them, she became overwhelmed with grief. I just want to make a brief comment and just say that reminds me of how sometimes we get triggered. I don't know if it's proper for me to say that Devakī was getting triggered here during this story. Transcendentally triggered. Her trigger, of course, is not like ours. And so now she's going to express her concern for her children.
Wait, can I say something there too? It's really interesting. It's like we're supposed to understand we're not our bodies. And it says she became overwhelmed with grief. Mm-hmm. So it would almost seem like that she's like identifying with the body. And my realization on that is that we're in this drama and we're supposed to actually feel the drama with everything, with our full heart, like she did. But at the same time being transcendental, it's kind of like she's able to watch it, but still feel it at the same time. But I just find that really fascinating in different occasions here when pure devotees, the mother of Krishna is overwhelmed with grief over something that, we might think is mundane.
Mm-hmm. But it's actually,
was here.
It's the pure expression of that emotion that we have a perverted reflection of.
Yes.
It's the Vatsalya Ras, maternal love, paternal love. Okay, so I just have my notebook out here while we're reading something. If I hear something, I'm just going to jot down. And if any of you read or hear something that inspires you, we'll take some reflections like we usually do at the end. And I promise not to interrupt the flow, because that's what happens. I was actually a bad precedent here by making a comment, because then everyone else will make comments as well, and we won't necessarily go very far reading. Okay, so the reading order is Krishna Chandra Prabhu, Anuttama Prabhu, Anandadev Prabhu, and then a fly on the wall Prabhu. I think that's Toka Krishna Prabhu, but he prefers to call himself a fly on the wall. So that's the reading order. So Krishna Chandra, please, we love hearing your voice. You speak like a transnational radio announcer, so take it away.
Appreciate the kind words. In compassion for her dead sons, Devakī began to appeal to Lord Krishna and Balaram thus: "My dear Balaram, your very name suggests that you give all pleasure and all strength to everyone. Your unlimited potency is beyond the reach of our minds and words. And my dear Krishna, you are the master of all mystic yogis. I also know that you are the master of the Prajapatis like Brahma and his assistants, and you are the original personality of Godhead, Narayan. I also know for certain that you have descended to annihilate all kinds of miscreants who have been misled in the course of time. They have lost control of their minds and senses, fallen from the quality of goodness, and have deliberately neglected the direction of the related scriptures by living a life of extravagancy and impudency. You have descended on the earth to minimize the burden of the world by killing such miscreant rulers. My dear Krishna, I know that Mahavishnu, who is lying in the causal ocean of the cosmic manifestation and who is the source of this whole creation, is simply an expansion of your plenary portion. Creation, maintenance, and annihilation of this cosmic manifestation are being effected only by your plenary portion. I am therefore taking shelter of you without any reservation. I have heard that when you wanted to reward your teacher, Sandipani Muni, and he asked you to bring back his dead son, you and Balaram immediately brought him from the custody of Yamaraj, although he had been dead for a very long time. By this act, I understand you to be the supreme master of all mystic yogis. I am therefore asking you to fulfill my desire in the same way. In other words, I am asking you to bring back all my sons who were killed by Kamsa. Upon your bringing them back, my heart will be content, and it will be a great pleasure for me just to see them once."
Anutama?
Okay. After hearing their mother speak in this way, Lord Balaram and Krishna immediately called for assistance of Yogamaya and started for the lower planetary system, known as Sutala. Formerly, in his incarnation of Vamana, the Supreme Personality of Godhead was satisfied by the king of the demons, Bali Maharaj, who donated to him everything he had. Bali Maharaj was then given the whole of Sutala for his residence and kingdom. Now, when this great devotee, Bali Maharaj, saw that Lord Balaram and Krishna had come to his planet, he immediately merged into the ocean of happiness. As soon as he saw Lord Krishna and Balaram in his presence, he and all his family members stood up from their seats, bowed down at the lotus feet of the Lord. Bali Maharaj offered Lord Krishna and Balaram the best seat he had in his possession.
Sorry, go ahead.
And when both lords were seated comfortably, he began to wash their lotus feet. He then sprinkled the water on his head and on the heads of his family members. The water used to wash the lotus feet of Krishna and Balaram can purify even the greatest demigods, such as Lord Brahma.
Your turn, Ananda Dev. And then still Krishna, if that, I'm not sure.
Okay. After this, Bali Maharaj brought valuable After this, Bali Maharaj brought valuable garments, ornaments, sandalwood pulp, betel nuts, lamps, and various nectarian foodstuffs. And along with his family members, he worshipped the Lord according to the regulative principles and offered as his riches and body unto the lotus feet of the Lord. King Bali was feeling such transcendental pleasure that
Is there a goose there? Is there a duck there or something?
Sounds of It's the sound of a goose. It's on there almost every time we have a meeting. Somebody's got a goose. Yeah, someone has geese.
Okay, King Bully. That's where we were. I don't know where the goose is.
Bali was feeling such transcendental pleasure that he repeatedly grabbed the lotus feet of the Lord and kept them on his chest. And sometimes he put them on the top of his head, and in this way, he was feeling transcendental bliss. Tears of love and affection began to flow down from his eyes, and all his hairs stood on end. He began to offer prayers to the Lord in a voice which choked up intermittently.
Okay, before we continue on, I just wanted to say your voice was fine in the beginning, and then it sounds very distant, and it's not really recording quality. I don't know what changed or what happened, but it lost its clarity. Okay, Stoka Krishna Prabhu, are you reading? If that's you, I'm not sure who the fly on the wall is.
It is me, sorry. Hare Krishna Prabhu.
That's Stoka.
Yeah, I can read a page. Yeah,
Is
sorry,
that-
not a page, a paragraph, if that's all right.
That's Stoka Krishna Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
Is that you?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I have no idea who the fly is. All right.
Because I'm mostly listening. I don't really, contribute because I'm on call, so sometimes I get work calls in the middle.
You're not obliged to read. You're not obliged to read if you cannot read. I just don't know where people are coming from.
I'm happy to read a paragraph if that's all right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prabhu. So where do we start, my Lord Balaram?
Yeah.
My Lord Balaram, you are the original Anantadeva. You are so great that Anantadeva, Shesha, and other transcendental forms have originally emanated from you and Lord Krishna. You are the original personality of Godhead, and your eternal form is all blissful and full of complete knowledge. You are the creator of the whole world. You are the original initiator and propounder of the systems of Jnana Yoga and Bhakti Yoga. You are the Supreme Brahman, the original personality of Godhead. I therefore, with all respect, offer my obeisances unto both of you. My dear lords, it is very difficult for the living entities to get to see you. Yet, when you are merciful upon your devotees, it becomes easy for them to see you. As such, only out of your causeless mercy have you agreed to come here and be visible to us, who are generally influenced by the qualities of ignorance and passion.
Thank you. Our obeisances to you, Sevananda Prabhu. Thank you for coming. Could you please read the next paragraph?
My dear Lord, we belong to the Daitya or demon category. The demons or demonic persons, the Gandharvas, the Siddhas, the Vidyadharas, the Charanas, the Yakshas, the Rakshasas, the Pisachas, the ghosts and hobgoblins are incapable by nature of worshiping you or becoming your devotees. Wow. Instead of becoming your devotees, they simply become impediments on the path of devotion. But opposed to them, you are the Supreme Personality of Godhead, representing all the Vedas and situated in the mode of uncontaminated goodness. Your position is always transcendental. For this reason, some of us, although born of the modes of passion and ignorance, have taken shelter of your lotus feet and become devotees. Some of us are actually pure devotees, and some of us have taken shelter of your lotus feet, desiring to gain something from devotion. That's one paragraph.
Thank you. So I'll read one, and then Krishna Chandra and Anutama after me. By your causeless mercy only, we demons in direct contact with your personality, by your causeless mercy only, we demons in direct contact. What am I not getting here? Mercy only.
It's a mistake.
We
It's a
demons in
mistake
direct contact.
in the book. It's a
Yeah.
grammatical mistake.
Let's make. Okay, so here's some work that Jayad Swami probably had to do.
Oh, my
So thank-
copy says, actually has the word in there. by your causeless mercy, only we demons are in direct contact. So,
Okay.
and this is, I don't know if you can see it, it's a, this is like an original printing.
Okay, so must be a mistake on the computer then.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Um, by your causeless mercy only are we demons in direct contact with your personality. This contact is not possible even for the great demigods. No one knows how you act through your Yogamaya potency. Even demigods cannot calculate the expanse of the activities of your internal potency. So how is it possible for us to know it? I therefore place my humble prayers before you. Please be kind to me, who am fully surrendered unto you, and favor me with your causeless mercy, so that I may simply remember your lotus feet, birth after birth. My only ambition is that I may live alone, just like the Paramahamsas, who, traveling alone here and there, in great peace of mind, depend simply upon your lotus feet. I also desire that if I have to associate with anyone, they may be only your pure devotees and no one else, because your pure devotees are always well-wishers of all living entities. So who's speaking there?
That's Bali Maharaj.
I thought so. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Are always well-wishers of all living entities. So the next paragraph is really short. Why don't you read the next two, Krishna Chandra Prabhu and then Anutama?
Thank you, Prabhuji. My dear Lord, you are the supreme master and director of the whole world. Please, therefore, engage me in your service and let me thus become freed from all material contaminations. You can purify me in that way, because if someone engages himself in the loving service of your lordship, he immediately becomes free from all kinds of regulative principles enjoined in the Vedas. The word Paramahamsa mentioned here means the supreme swan. It is said that the swan can draw milk out from a reservoir of water. It can take only the milk portion and reject the watery portion. Similarly, a person who can draw out the spiritual portion from this material world and who can live alone, depending only on the Supreme Spirit, not on the material world, is called Paramahamsa. When one achieves the Paramahamsa platform, he is no longer under the regulative principles of the Vedic injunctions. A Paramahamsa accepts only the association of pure devotees and rejects others who are too much materially addicted. In other words, those who are materially addicted cannot understand the value of the Paramahamsa, but those who are fortunately advanced in spiritual sense take shelter of the Paramahamsa and thus successfully complete the mission of human life.
Thank
After
you.
Lord Krishna heard the prayers of Bali Maharaj, he spoke as follows. My dear king of the demons, in the millennium of Swayambhuva Manu, the Prajapati known as Marichi begot 6 sons, all demigods, in the womb of his wife, Urna. Once upon a time, Lord Brahma became captivated by the beauty of his daughter and was following her, impelled by sex desire. At that time, these 6 demigods looked at the action of the Lord with abhorrence. This criticism of Brahma's action by the demigods constituted a great offense on their part, and for this reason they were condemned to take birth as the sons of the demon Hiranyakashipu. These sons of Hiranyakashipu were thereafter put in the womb of Mother Devakī, and as soon as they took their birth, Kamsa killed them one after another. My dear king of the demons, again, Mother Devakī is very anxious to see these 6 dead sons again, and she is very much aggrieved on account of their early death at the hand of Kamsa. I know that all of them are living with you. I have decided to take them with me in order to pacify my mother Devakī. After seeing my mother, all these 6 conditioned souls will be liberated, and thus in great pleasure they will be transferred to their original planet. The names of these 6 conditioned souls are as follows: Smara, Udgita, Parishvanga, Patanga, Shudrabrit, and Grini. They will again be reinstated in their former position as demigods.
After thus informing the king of the demons, Krishna stepped. Excuse me. After thus informing the king of the demons, Krishna stopped speaking, and Bali Maharaj understood the Lord's purpose. He worshipped him sufficiently, and thereafter Lord Krishna and Lord Balaram took away the 6 conditioned souls and returned to the city of Dwarka, where he presented them as little babies before his mother, Devakī. Mother Devakī became overwhelmed with joy and was so ecstatic and motherly feeling that immediately milk began to flow from her breast, and she fed the babies with great satisfaction. She began to take them on her lap again and again, smelling their heads and thinking, "He has gotten my lost children back." For the time being, she became overpowered by the energy of Vishnu, and in great motherly affection, she began to enjoy the company of her lost children.
Devananda Prabhu.
The milk from the breasts of Devakī was transcendental nectar because the same milk had been sucked by Lord Krishna. As such, the babies who sucked the breast of Devakī-ji, which had touched the body of Lord Krishna, immediately became self-realized persons. The babies therefore began to offer their obeisances unto Lord Krishna, Balaram, their father Vasudeva, and mother Devakī. After this, they were immediately transferred to their respective heavenly planets.
That's really short. Please read another.
After they departed, Devakī became stunned with wonder that her dead children had come back and had again been transferred to their respective planets. She could adjust the events only by thinking of Lord Krishna's pastimes, in which Lord Krishna's potencies are all inconceivable. Anything wonderful can be performed. Without accepting the inconceivable, unlimited potencies of the Lord, one cannot understand that Lord Krishna is the Supreme Soul. By his unlimited potencies, he performs unlimited pastimes also, and no one can describe them in full, nor can anyone know them all. Sutta Goswami, speaking Srimad Bhagavatam before the sages of Naimisharanya, headed by Shonaka Rishi, gave his verdict in this connection as follows.
Okay, who's going to end the reading today? I guess Stoka Krishna Prabhu, you're next, if you're able.
Great sages, please understand that the transcendental pastimes of Lord Krishna are all eternal. They are not ordinary narrations of historical incidences. Such narrations are identical with the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself. Anyone, therefore, who hears such narrations of the Lord's pastimes becomes immediately free from the contamination of material existence. And those who are pure devotees enjoy these narrations as nectar, entering into their ears. Such narrations were described by Shukadeva Goswami, the exalted son of Vyasadeva, and anyone who hears them, as well as anyone who describes them for the hearing of others, becomes Krishna conscious. And it is only the Krishna conscious persons who become eligible for going back home, back to Godhead. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the second volume, 30th chapter of Krishna, spiritual instruction for Vasudeva, and return of the 6 dead sons of Devakī by Lord Krishna.
I don't know why I'm clapping. I was hearing someplace early on some recording where after hearing Srila Prabhupada reciting Krishna book, You hear the devotees applauding. That's pretty interesting. Why not? Um, so one thought that came for me on this is the mentioning of how, first of all, I didn't realize that Gandharvas are listed amongst the Daityas or the demons. Because having been a musician myself, I don't like to think of myself as a demon, even though Prabhupada said that we are all, there's one tape that was entitled, we are all more or less demons, but even a demon can be rectified by the holy name. So
They,
now, huh? Go ahead,
I'm
Sivananda.
sorry, they may be listed differently in different areas of Prabhupada's books. I
Uh-huh.
recall reading that they were Upadevas. Upa means almost demigod.
Yeah.
Upadevas, Charanas,
Mhm.
Apsaras, Gandharvas. The only difference, a Charana is like an English angel. They can
Uh-huh.
fly, they got wings. A Gandharva has wings, but he's excellent at dancing, music, and fighting.
Uh-huh. Would you mind putting down your screen a bit, Prabhu? Because we only see you from your nose up. But I love your background there. I wish I was with you at the ocean shore there with the
You
blowing
see
palm.
that? I'm sharing your screen. All I see is you and your backdrop.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
But no, but I just see from your kind of your nose up, your mouth. Okay, that's improving. If you lower your screen, yeah, now we see you fully. Now you have a body.
Yeah,
Okay.
That's
good.
my problem. Uh,
Yeah,
yeah.
thank you for that point. Yeah, because Narada Muni is described at one point for being a Narada, correct? He had been a Gandharva, Narada Muni.
Oh, was he a Gandharva? I did not know that.
I think that's described in the 11th canto. Means I need to read a lot more Bhagavatam to refresh.
They love to fight. They show up with the swords and they love to fight and sing and dance. And they're kind of a little bit less affectionate towards humans, merciful towards humans than Charanas. And
So,
so they're,
yes.
I don't ever recall reading that they were demons. They were daityas. I don't remember reading that before. Yeah.
So interesting because I really like the prayers of Bali Maharaj where he's speaking very humbly about himself that normally demons don't have access to the darshan of the Lord, but by causeless mercy. So I was thinking similarly by the causeless mercy of Srila Prabhupada's disciples. One day on my way home from work at 3 o'clock in the morning, I met Nandikeshwara Prabhu and he flagged me down. And 2 weeks later, I was driving to Chicago, 13 hours south of Winnipeg, to meet Srila Prabhupada at the 1975 Rath Yatra. So Srila Prabhupada, I mean, we often, we of course we can never glorify Srila Prabhupada enough, but I just like to say I'm eternally grateful to Srila Prabhupada's disciples, including all of you that are here, whether direct disciple or grand disciple, because you helped to keep me in Krishna consciousness. So yeah, I think that's just Srila Prabhupada's disciples and grand disciples are Srila Prabhupada's causeless mercy upon the world. So that's the end of my comments. If anyone has anything they'd like to say about what we just read.
As far as the Gandharva part of it, I find that extremely interesting, that all of these very powerful. It says they're incapable by nature of worshiping you or becoming your devotees. But then it says, but a few of them can. And we're kind of like in that same situation ourselves. It's like almost everyone around us is a demon, but a few of us are able to, somehow or other, we have enough mercy to be able to understand. I mean, the knowledge is there for everyone. How many millions of books have been distributed? So the knowledge is there. But the rare thing is for somebody to have the ability to understand what the books are saying, or to take it to heart, even if they can understand superficially, you're not that body, but to really to see what the purpose is. So, and the next question I had was, it's interesting. I'd like to hear other devotees, because I don't really know the answer to this, that Devakī is asking Krishna for something. And there's so many times that we read in the Bhagavatam where you're really not supposed to ask Krishna. And it's like kind of, it always feels to me like a fall down when I kind of break down, oh, Krishna, I have to ask you, I need help, you know? So I don't know, you know, and Devaki's like on a whole different level. So if anybody has an answer to that, I'd appreciate.
While we were reading the past time, I was thinking it's interesting how Devaki's desire is only to do more devotional service. She wants to serve those. It's not like for her sense gratification, right? She wants those children so that she can engage in devotional service with them. That's just her Vatsalya rasa being expressed. There's nothing material about it. I don't know if that adds anything to what you're asking.
Yeah, I guess I understand there's nothing material. I guess I'm trying to imagine how a pure devotee, you know, asks Krishna for, you know, that's a big thing to ask because he has to go all the way to a lower planetary system, which must be really hard. I mean, I've heard of devotees that have gone in their subtle bodies to lower planetary systems and actually makes you nauseous because it is such a disturbance to be there. And yeah, it must be back to the Krishna in the heart, that Krishna wanted to go there. Don't you think maybe that would be what it is? It's like Krishna wanted to go and see Bali Maharaj and this whole, yeah, he wanted this pastime to happen. And so she just facilitated it by asking. That's as close as I can come to an explanation, I guess. Oh, and another interesting thing about the 6 conditioned souls, it says 6 conditioned souls. So to me, that's really astounding that 6 souls would be born into her womb, which is also going to carry the Supreme Personality of Godhead, but they still weren't pure. They still had some false ego attached to them. And that Krishna provided this opportunity of this very, I mean, can you imagine how dramatic that experience would be, that she had lost those 6 children? And then, you know, she asked Krishna, please go get them. And then they come, there they are, her children, and she can smell their heads. And it's just, it's a very overwhelming story if you think about the Vatsalya rasa is so intense, that mother feeling.
I'd just like to jump back for a second to a point that Sivananda Prabhu was mentioning earlier, that he had not heard before that Narada Muni was a Gandharva. And here in the 7th canto, 15th chapter, 72nd verse, Narada Muni is saying, being invited to that festival, I also joined, and surrounded by women, I began musically singing the glories of the demigods. Because of this, the Prajapatis, the great demigods in charge of the affairs of the universe, forcefully cursed me with these words: because you have committed an offense, may you immediately become a Sudra, devoid of beauty. And in the purport, Prabhupada says, as far as Kirtan is concerned, the Shastras say, Shravanam Kirtanam Vishnu, 7.5.23, Bhagavatam. One should chant the glories of the Supreme Lord and the holy name of the Supreme Lord. This is clearly stated. Shravanam Kirtanam Vishnu. One should chant about and glorify Lord Vishnu, not any demigod. Unfortunately, there are foolish persons who invent some process of kirtan on the basis of a demigod's name. This is an offense. Kirtan means glorifying the Supreme Lord, not any demigod. Sometimes people invent Kali Kirtan or Shiva Kirtan, and even big sannyasis in the Mayavad school say that one may chant any name and still get the same result. But here we find that millions and millions of years ago, when Narada Muni was a Gandharva, he neglected the order to glorify the Lord, and being mad in the association of women, he began to chant otherwise. Thus he was cursed to become a Shudra. His first offense was that he went to join the Sankirtan party in the company of lusty women, and another offense was that he considered ordinary songs, like cinema songs and other such songs, to be equal to Sankirtan. For this offense he was punished with becoming a Shudra. And on this note, I'd like to mention that I was just speaking to Pradyumna Prabhu, not the old original, but the Pradyumna that's helping to put these recordings up on BitChute in Montreal. And he was telling me how he recently went to a kirtan. Our godbrother Prahlad was there, Patrick Bernard, and Mahavirya. But there were others there, and they were chanting the names of the demigods. And the godbrothers were asking, why are these Mayavadis here chanting the names of, Om Namo Shivaya, or, whatever it was they were chanting. And, 3 years back, I left my home here in Erin, Ontario, drove down to Buffalo, went across the border. And after giving a little talk at Rochester Institute of Technology, I decided to head out to Ithaca because I remember Ithaca, New York. I remember there was one professor there that was glorifying the Prabhupada's Chaitanya Charitamrita during the time of Prabhupada, and I thought, wouldn't it be nice to meet him and thank him and maybe give him a book? But I had a chance there to, I looked up in the curriculum if there was anyone teaching Hinduism, and there was Lizzie Leon, and she was giving a course on music and the world religions. So I wrote her a little email saying I was in town, telling her how I was initiated by Srila Prabhupada, and she said, oh, how fortuitous. We're studying Hinduism and music right now, and we're studying Shabda Brahma and the Ratnakar, the what is it? Something Ratnakar. It's a shastra with all the ragas and all the mudras and all the Bharatnatyam moves. So anyway, I had a chance to speak there, and then I kept doing more research, and I found out there was a lady in town named Jyoti who had renamed herself Jyoti, and she had her yoga studio was called the Temple of Love. So I went to visit the Temple of Love, and I had heard from Indradyumna Swami some years ago that there's something called the Bhajan Belt in upper state New York, where you have all these Westerners, all these Americans who do kirtan, but none of them are ISKCON. And, they're just people who love to play tablas and tampuras and harmoniums, and they do their version of kirtan, which Prabhupada here just finished saying is not kirtan, it's an offense. So I went to one of those sessions, and after, I sat through about an hour of Om Namo Shivaya and Om Ganesh Sharanam and Om Jagadamba Durgaya and so forth, all influenced by quote unquote Krishna Das, who Rolling Stone magazine describes as the chant master of America. And then finally at the end, the Jyoti said, oh, and with us this evening we have Gauradas, who's traveled from Toronto, and he's going to do a little kirtan for us. So I announced that my tune was the Aishvari Rag, which I learned from Ayendra Prabhu because I was on his 24-hour kirtan a few times in Vrindavan. And I before I started, I said, how much time do I have? She said, about 10 minutes. I said, okay. So anyway, I'm just saying I sat through an evening of Namaparad, of hearing all these demigod chants so that I could have 10 minutes to sing Hare Krishna. And but it was interesting because usually here in the Toronto area, it's 99% all Indians. I live 45 minutes from an area called Brampton, 300,000 East Indians, Punjabis, Muslims, Sikhs, and pretty much at all of our ISKCON programs in the area, it's 99% Indians with a few Russian faces showing up. So anyway, I started chanting that tune, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. And so I went for about 10 minutes or so, and then I ended it. And Jyoti went, oh, you were at Krishna Balaram, I was there. I went to Vrindavan. I love the Krishna Balaram Mandir, and I love the 24-hour kirtan. And why did you stop? That was so nice. You took me back to Vrindavan. I was surprised. It's like a regular yoga teacher, right? But as soon as she heard some kirtan from Vrindavan, I saw this bhaktin in her. I saw this Vaishnavi side that was mixed with all the demigod worship side. So I'm just telling this little story to say that, I sat through an evening of demigod chants so that I could give everyone the Hare Krishna mantra. And I was received with a lot of love and kindness and affection, and they wanted me to come back. And so, just like Bhaktisiddhanta said, if you got to feed them chicken in London, if you got to hire cooks to cook up some chicken to get them to hear Bhagavad Gita, then do that. So
Where's that said? Where's that said?
Hare Krishna, Rupanuga is here.
Where did you get that from?
You.
It's not eat chicken. Where'd you get that?
I'll start doing some research for you right now, Rupanuga.
Good. And you should not say these things without researching it.
I've heard it.
I heard that also, though. I mean, I've heard it several times, so I think it might be true.
It might not be true just because you heard it several times. So you have to research this, because eating chicken was something Srila Prabhupada always made fun of.
Right.
Yeah, and just like they called eating fish water vegetables. Okay, there's a lot of stuff Srila Prabhupada said about that, and it's not something we should even talk about so much unless we know what we're talking about, because we don't want to make those kind of exceptions.
Okay, so I have a question there about the worshiping the demigods, because it says in the Nectar of Devotion that it's an offense to neglect the celestial demigods such as Lord Shiva and Lord Ganesh.
That's not what Krishna tells Arjuna. He says to surpass the flowery words of the Vedas. The flowery words of the Vedas include all this demigod worship. And Bhaktisiddhanta said, he said the higher celestial plants were phantasmagoria. So we don't.
But it says it in the Nectar of Devotion. I'll find it.
Well, you go and find it. And maybe you're talking about Ganesh or some special case like Lord Shiva or something.
Yeah.
But why we repeat these things? Because a lot of new people may misunderstand. Let's take another road. There's enough side effects going on. There's enough side effects going on right now in the Hare Krishna movement, specifically ISKCON. So you're just reinforcing these things by bringing up these things which are very unusual, which most devotees don't even think about. Okay? Who wants to kill a chicken? Who wants to have a chicken killed? Nobody. And nobody has to eat chicken to preach. I haven't yet to encounter such a situation. Bhaktisiddhanta was up at the wall of tradition, you see, and he had to get men and get the men away from their attachments to their extended families. He had to give them sannyas, do so much, but we didn't have that problem. Srila Prabhupada, he began preaching to us immediately, never asked us what we ate. He never asked us what we did. He said, just chant the holy name and, you'll be free of anxiety. That happened. And you keep chanting and you'll learn what spiritual life is about. And that happened.
Okay, Nectar of Devotion, the demigods, one should not neglect to offer due respect to the demigods. One may not be a devotee of demigods, but that does not mean that he should be disrespectful to them. For
Right.
example, a Vaishnava is not a devotee of Lord Shiva or Lord Brahma, but he is duty bound to offer all respects to such
Yes.
highly positioned demigods.
Absolutely. That doesn't mean he offers to them and as a deity, or he offers prasada, or he offers bhoga. It means they're respectful. We don't disrespect demigods. They're all servants of the Lord, but they're not pure devotees. They're serving with some material energy. That's what they want. They wanted to lord it over fire, or somebody else wanted to lord it over water, or somebody else wanted to lord it over the whole universe. That's Lord Brahma. Okay, they're not pure devotees. They are serving the Lord according to their capacity of attachment in the material world. And he's given them administrative posts. But that service to him is not pure devotion. We worship pure devotees. We don't worship mixed or worship anything less than pure devotees. So these things, bringing these things up are something that should be brought. Just like the quote you made had nothing to do with offering. Had nothing to do with chanting the names. Nothing. It just had to do with respect. But when
It
you
says
put it
offer
together,
respect. I think the word was there, offer, so that is an
means if
offer.
you meet a demigod, you're going to offer respect, in other words, we don't criticize. In other words, offering respect means that we don't preach against demigods. We never have. We never will. We don't preach against them. When do you preach against Lord Indra? He acted like a demon. He wasn't a demon, but that whole situation there, that whole pastime was a lesson. It was education for everyone, not to get over puffed up by opulence. We have always, Shula has always told us to respect the demigods. That doesn't mean that we put a picture up, that we offer to them, that we do kirtans to them. It means if we encounter them, or if we read about them, or someone talks about them, we don't insult people. We don't insult demigod worshipers.
Okay, I guess my question is, because this is kind of personal to me, I had an occasion where, it was a couple of years ago, where I actually saw Lord Ganesh. I mean, I don't necessarily, I guess this is private, it's public, so people could say, I didn't see him like a corporeal form, more like a, well, it was interesting because I didn't, when I saw him, I didn't actually acknowledge that I saw him, but a few minutes later, it was like, oh my gosh, I just saw Lord Ganesh,
Well-
and it was like in the memory. So it was like there was some kind of time thing there. And after that, I went and got a little deity of Lord Ganesh, and it felt right to me. So you're saying I should stow the deity? I mean, it's, and I ask him when I have blockages, like, these mental blocks that people get, that they can't remember something, for instance, that actually happened, that Lord Ganesh can help with that. And I feel that strongly, but I mean, if you feel like Prabhupada wouldn't want me having that.
I'll give you another example. Guru Kripa Maharaj wanted to worship Nordashinga. He had a private deity, Nordashinga. Srila Prabhupada said, all right, you can offer him, but you can worship him, you have to give him real jewels. So there was something attached. And he had a permission from Srila Prabhupada. But he did, as a general instruction to all his disciples, he never suggested deity worship outside of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and his expansions. In any of the temples, he never suggested for homes. You may have a personal experience. That's another thing. That doesn't mean that everyone is going to have that experience, or you even should look for it, or should look for it with another demigod, or any of that. We should simply follow Srila Prabhupada's instructions about deity worship. Just like I saw in your altar, you have many Shalagram Shilas. Srila Prabhupada once remarked that we won't be qualified to worship Shalagram Shila until the third generation.
Oh, wow, 'cause I don't have any Shalagram Shilas.
Well, they Govardhan Shila?
I have a Govardhan Shila, but he came to me, my understanding.
Anyway, that altar you sent me the picture, that's not your altar?
Oh, no, that is, that's Damagosha's altar. My altar is nothing like that.
All right. What I'm saying is that's a good example. The altar that you sent to me in your email just the other day was filled with all kinds of Shalagram Shilas or Govardhan Shilas, whatever you say. And Srila Prabhupada said specifically that Shalagram Shila was exceptionally rigid worship. So much so that he didn't give anyone permission. He said perhaps in the third generation, we will have persons qualified to worship Shalagram Shila. I never forgot that. And I applied the same thing to Govardhan Shila or any other, incarnations like that.
Well, I read recently where it was conversation transcript where Prabhupada was saying, I want to introduce the Shalagram Shila worship.
Yeah.
Like I said, I've never,
But he didn't introduce it. He did not introduce it. He wanted to introduce it sometime in the future. He talked about the third generation, which at that time, we had the first generation. We didn't have anything but the first generation. So he's talking about the third generation will be pure enough to where I remember this specifically. So I'm not criticizing anyone. I'm just saying we have to follow the standards that Srila Prabhupada gave us. And all this adding and subtracting has been causing tremendous confusion and antagonism between devotees. So I challenge anyone here, anybody, anywhere, to counteract what I've said. Because I heard it directly from Srila Prabhupada, And the fact of the matter is, while Srila Baba was here, devotees weren't worshiping Shalagam Shilas.
But they had temples to worship at.
What?
I mean, I don't have a temple. I mean, I don't have a Shalagram Shila because I've heard the same thing, but I have a Govardhan Shila that I didn't go out and get. He came to me.
All
And
right,
then later
that may
on,
happen. That may happen. I'm not, there's always some, that's not an exception to the rule, though. It may be a special circumstance, okay? We as individuals, we can worship Radha Krishna, we worship Nitya Gauranga, we should worship Panchatattva. We have that. We have a whole, so many choices to make.
It's interesting because when I was on the 24-hour kirtan,
I have one more point to make. For example,
Okay.
cows. See, cows. We put cows on the altars. Okay. Well, we don't worship them separately. We worship Krishna with Radharani or with Lord Balaram. We don't worship him alone. Okay. Cows doesn't count. If we can put as many cows on the altar as you like, because mother cow, there's a time in the year when we worship the cow, go puja. Yeah. But people, when they say, "Oh, you worship a cow, you're a cow worshiper," we have to explain why. Yeah. Anyway, I don't want. We haven't even started reading it. You see what happens as soon as I get here? We start controversy. I'm sorry. I'm really
but
sorry.
the next thing is about Lord Brahma chasing his daughter. That's the next thing you can talk
What's
about.
that? What?
Well, that was in the thing that we read was about Lord Brahma chasing his daughter.
Oh, is that where we are?
Well, we read that already. You came on
Oh,
kind
I'm
of late.
sorry. I missed. I had car trouble. Not this car, but the other one.
He was talking about how, what was that? I made a note about it. Do you remember, Gore, about Lord Brahma chasing his daughter?
I'd have to go back and look at the report.
Okay.
What page is that?
The end of chapter 30 of Krishna book.
Chapter 30 in the book?
I believe it was chapter 30. Maybe like, I don't know, about around 6 paragraphs toward the end.
Anyway,
There were 6 demigods had criticized Brahma, or were in some criticizing mood toward him, and then they were cursed.
what chapter is it?
It's page 225, chapter, it's the return of 225 in that Krishna book is the page.
Spiritual instruction for Vasudeva and return of the 6 dead babies of Devakī.
Okay, I've got page 225.
I can read it out. It said, once upon a time, Lord Brahma became captivated by the beauty of his daughter and was following her, impelled by sex desire. At that time, these 6 demigods looked at the action of Lord Brahma with abhorrence. This criticism of Brahma's action by the demigods constituted a great offense on their part, and for this reason, they were condemned to take birth as the sons of the demon Hiranyakashipu.
Okay, the proper etiquette was for them to approach Lord Brahma specifically with a question they had, instead of criticizing him separate. He's the founder of our Sampradaya. And after all, he spoke Brahma Samhita, which is yet to be equaled in its loving description of Supreme Personality of Godhead, as far as his personal features go, his pastime. And so that's the proper etiquette. You don't behind someone's back or in front of everybody, in front of the universe. You go to the Father, you say, well, Father, we're confused about this. Can you please explain?
Can you explain that?
Can I explain it? it just shows that a conditioned soul, no matter how great he may be, is also prone to sex attraction. Okay, and that's true from the top to the bottom, because Srila Prabhupada said, we're all criminals here, from Lord Brahma down to the insignificant germ. And what are we here for? We're here for our particular body to enjoy sense gratification separate from Krishna. We need a spiritual body to come here and have a material body to enjoy ourselves. That's what it's all about. So somebody desired so hard and worked so hard to become the master of the whole universe. He became Lord Brahma. Someone else wanted to be Lord Indra, and they get these posts by their hard work and their prayers and their desire. Demigods are not any, meeny, miny, mode. They get there because of a certain road they took. And we respect them because they're servants of the Lord, like we are. And they're supposed to be recognized. In fact, people are indebted to the demigods for what they give and serve. And we are too, except by worshiping Krishna, we cover it all. We don't have to worship them separately.
It's just that that's a particularly,
What?
It's easy to judge that very harshly. I mean, it wasn't like he was just attracted to, so many beautiful demigoddesses.
Running after his own daughter.
Yeah, but why would he be attracted to his own daughter when he's
She was
surrounded?
gorgeous. She was beautiful. She was beautiful. Our rules say that a father should not be alone with his own daughter in a room, according to our philosophy. Okay, that coming from Srila Prabhupada, not Bhaktisiddhanta Thakur said the same thing. To be alone with a woman at a secluded place. Yeah, I mean, these are our standards of protection for conditioned souls. We shouldn't be looking for loopholes. We don't close all the loopholes because they become dark black holes. We go into them. Okay.
Loopholes become black holes.
Yeah, we have enough black holes in our past. We don't want to go in there. There's no need. We'll forget them, transcend them. It's over. It's over. We don't need a therapist to drag out our phobias. We can transcend them. I mean, the material world is certainly aiming in a certain way. And it's like, my wife had to go once for an examination. She had a heart problem that was due to some antibodies that she'd been prescribed mistakenly. So I went with her. I was with her when the neurosurgeon or whoever he was said, talking to her, said, "Do you have a happy sex life?" What? What's that got to do with anything? I was so embarrassed, and she said, "Yes." What was she gonna? Who is this man? Who is this man right in front of me asking my wife this question? What brass? I don't care how many MDs he's got. And I was sitting right there. I could see he was attracted to my wife.
Wow.
So what to speak of being, alone with a woman. Butter and fire. And the man, he's the butter. The woman, she's the fire. It's the way it is. It's the way it is. The shackles of this material world. And every species, the hog's attracted to the she-hog, the eagle's attracted to the she-eagle. All these different species propagate because of a sex attraction. That's why the Lord's designed it, to perpetuate the different millions of species of life. So sex life is the biggest problem in this material world. That's why Srila Prabhupada called it the shackles of the material world. It's the shackles. You know, the intoxication, the meat eating, gambling, that's all there. And sex is a preliminary sin compared to the topmost sin of meat eating. But yet that preliminary sin is our shackles.
Why do you say meat eating is a worse sin than,
Pardon?
why do you say meat eating is the worst one?
Because the Lord, there's a hierarchy. Okay, there's a hierarchy. The four sins are arranged in a hierarchy. The preliminary sin is illicit sex. It's called and then far greater sin is gambling. And still greater sin, far greater sin is intoxication. And still greater sin is gambling. And topmost sin is meat eating. They're in that hierarchy.
Okay, and each sin negates one of the four pillars of religiosity. And I read where it seemed kind of opposite. It seemed like mercy would be negated by meat eating. But actually, I read where Prabhupada said it was actually illicit sex is destroyed by the lack of mercy. And austerity is destroyed by intoxication, I believe. Does anybody know which sinful activity destroys which pillar? And I don't remember which one. I think gambling is destroyed by truthfulness.
Yeah.
And then austerity, mercy, cleanliness, and cleanliness with meat eating, which it seems like it should be the opposite, where it should be meat eating with mercy and cleanliness with illicit sex. But invader here.
I couldn't find the card here, but I remember I got the 4 from the Chaitanya Charitamrita. But I have a card. Here's the 4 sins, and I just can't find it. But I gave you the proper hierarchy. Anyway, whatever.
This is why the Krishna consciousness movement, we have to understand, is not just a religion. It's an entire cultural revolution, and I think we've missed that point. I think we've missed out, generally speaking, that we don't see it as a very, very radical. Like, I mean, I remember feeling that I've joined one of the most radical movements on this planet. I mean, what is more radical than making it an objective to give up sex and, to control your sex? I mean, this is completely contrary to, any of these, Western society anyway.
The revolution.
But we see that this intermingling is everywhere. I mean, it's in fact, if you preach the way you just did, like, you're going to get flack,
What's that?
If you preach the way you did about, the separation of the genders and of the sexes and, being very careful, and you're going to be labeled a fanatic.
Well, I'm preaching to the choir. Besides, Srila Prabhupada preached it. That's why I'm repeating it.
No, I appreciate it. I mean, don't get me wrong. I totally appreciate it.
This is a certain stage. At a certain stage in preaching, you can preach to a non-devotee the same thing.
Yeah.
But in the initial stage, you don't do that.
No, if you preach like that, you're a pariah in most devotee circles.
It's disinformation.
Yeah. I sent Gaur Prabhu a letter that Prabhupada sent to Gopal Krishna in what was it, June 9th, 75 or something, where Prabhupada was very upset that all these women were in Vrindavan.
What?
That these women were in Vrindavan, where Prabhupada said Vrindavan is for the brahmacharis and sannyasis, not even the grihastas. Prabhupada didn't want that.
In your letter from 76 from Vrindavan, you said concerning the Tapariya house, Dhananjaya and his wife and other grahastas will live on that land house. 3 or 4 brahmacharinis who are working on the mukuts can also live there,
No,
unquote.
just for clarification, that's Gopal Krishna speaking. He was quoted,
Okay.
right?
You suggested like this. So
Yeah.
some women can live there, why not all? Somehow or other, the guest house must be freed from all encumbrance. It will be absolutely used by guests. I have received reliable reports that on account of the devotees staying there, guests were sometimes refused places because all the rooms were taken up by the devotees there. Also, the fact that the Mukut business takes up 8 to 10 rooms is very bad. The guest house cannot be occupied by anything. It is already spoiled, and they must move. Why there are so many women in Vrindavan? Vrindavan is meant for retirement. Elderly persons in Krishna consciousness can devote all their time to devotional service. Such men are wanted to live in Vrindavan, not women and children. That is a fact. The holy dhams are meant for the sannyasis and brahmacharis, especially if necessary. The management must be done by sannyasis and brahmacharis, not grihastas. Should I read the rest of it, Jivamukta? Is it relevant?
Oh, I think that establishes the point.
Okay.
I mean,
Uh-huh.
but it's like these things are never discussed, but they're absolutely critical. They're critical because this is the revolution. This is the revolution. This is what helps us become free. That helps us in our devotional service.
Now the mood is if you want to find a Russian wife, go to Vrindavan.
Yeah. I mean, there's so many sannyasis there that are surrounded by these women in Vrindavan. Anyway, the point is that Prabhupada made a pretty clear statement there. Like it's not something that could be interpreted in too many ways.
He also said that sex disturbance is the permanent disease of the Western people. And he had to take that into consideration. And therefore, he stressed the Grihastha ashram. Always, he stressed the Grihastha ashram properly. The Grihastha ashram is a very difficult ashram to process properly. Like he said, it's like going to a feast but not being able to eat anything.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, it takes a lot of sense control. So it's not that, and like so many grihastas, and especially in the beginning of the movement, a bunch of grihastas went to London. But grihastas were opening temples. Srila Prabhupada said, "My Guru Maharaj made the sannyasis. I'm making grihastas." Srila Prabhupada was trying to make pukka grihastas, pukka. And that was the only way to show an example, especially in the Western world. You've got to have pukka grihasta life for them to identify with what's going on. People don't identify in the Western world. They don't identify with renunciation. But they can identify with properly carried out family life. Of course, that's hardly existent now. Same-sex marriages and so many things are going on, But when Srila Prabhupada was here, these things were not happening. I'm sure he would have had many strong comments to make about these things. Transvestites and so many things that are now considered to be ordinary affairs, according to the media. You seem to make the standards. The media seems to make the standards.
The other day, I was thinking that Vyasadeva was born from a rape. Parashara Muni raped his mom. And if she had followed the principles that are being presented today, he would have been aborted.
Anyway, we have to remember where we are, the circumstances. People are not raised up properly. People have children and they're not raising them up properly. They let them watch, and then they get upset when they find out what they're looking at on the television or on the internet. You let them go for hours, but then they get upset when they find out what they're looking at. So not really monitoring, you see. Anyway, all these things are handled by Srila Prabhupada when a family or a husband and wife join the movement or they get married in the movement. There's a whole different standard of life. And besides that, the most important thing is for a person to chant. Anybody who chants Hare Krishna, anybody who says Krishna, is freed of all their past sinful activities. Anybody who looks at Lord Jagannath, or anybody who walks into a temple or somebody's home and sees the deity, they are freed of all their past sinful activities. But because they don't have the knowledge and their association, the next day they go out and do the same thing, just like the elephant comes out of the water and throws the dust on again. Srila Prabhupada was preaching this about theatra in 75 in Los Angeles. I mean, in Philadelphia. He was saying, you come, you see Lord Jagannath. He was talking about also like in Jagannath Puri, anywhere. You come and see the deity, and when you see that deity, in front of that deity, you're freed of all your past sinful activities. Our job is to get people to take it home with them and actually take it into their own house and practice at home so they stay free of sinful activities, or at least reduce. The next Sunday, they'll go back at the temple. Again, they'll see the Lordship and become freed of all their past sinful activities from that week. You know what I mean? It goes on and on and on and on because they keep throwing the dust after the bath, like an elephant. So we step in at that point and we say, no, Papa wanted you to take this idea home into your and introduce it in your private life during the week. That's what the preaching should be. Between Sundays or between any days, take it home with you and practice it. See for yourself. You will lose. Srila Prabhupada says, I got it right here. I wrote it down. I'm so impressed. He did this lecture at Rathayatra. He said, chant and be freed. No, he said, you chant this Hare Krishna mantra and you will be very much happy. There will be no anxiety. And you can do your work. It doesn't matter what you're doing. But chanting the Maha Mantra will make you more and more happy, free from material anxiety. And if you continue the chanting, you will clearly understand about spiritual life. If that is Perfection at Home program, I don't know what it is. And that's where this movement has to go. It's like it was just being pointed out, it's a cultural movement. And if you're going to have culture, it's got to be in people's homes. Otherwise, there's no such thing as a culture. Culture means roots in people's private life. It's not like Srila Prabhupada is a churchianity. You come once on Sunday and you come back the next Sunday. That's not what this movement is about. That's not what Lord Chaitanya preached in South India. That's what he preached in Karma Brahman. That's not what Srila Prabhupada ever preached. Because he emphasized book distribution, Harinam, absolutely. And it goes on. But what do you tell people after they get the book? What do you tell people when they say, oh, what nice chanting? We have to learn how to preach to people to take things home. Otherwise, the cultural movement that Srila Prabhupada brought to America, it will not take root unless people take it home.
The paragraph.
He said, it's not that everyone has to join our society. We want them to take the idea home, introduce their private life, and we'll sell the mridungas and cartels and deities and all the paraphernalia for bhakti yoga, if possible. Could have been a big business. He even said that at one point. He wants everybody to have, he wanted little deities, little Nitya deities made for people to take home.
So the paragraph says, it talks about the Paramahamsa, and then it says, similarly, a person who can draw out the spiritual portion from this material world and who can live alone, depending only on the Supreme Spirit, not on all material world, is called Paramahamsa. And that kind of the thing, living alone, because right now, so many of us are kind of on our own, and we have to develop the ability to think independently, which seems like it might be the path to becoming a Paramahamsa, not being so affected by what everyone else is thinking, because there is a real drive for everybody to think in the same way. So can you say something about that?
Yeah, whatever we are as disciples of Srila Prabhupada or followers of Srila Prabhupada, we have one major obligation, and that is to spread his teachings. That's what Lord Chaitanya's movement is all about. Srila Prabhupada's spreading Lord Chaitanya's teachings. He's spreading the glories of Lord Chaitanya, which is the Kali Yuga solution. He's the Shakteva Shabbat. He is the Yuga avatar. And the Yuga Dharma is Harinam. And every age there's a Dharma. The previous age was a temple worship Dharma. Before that it was meditation. Or before that it was fire sacrifice. And before that it was meditation. This time around it's Harinam. Because it doesn't take any training. It doesn't take any credit to chant. It's very simple. We make it complicated. Like this tendency to find loopholes all the time, always trying to find an exception to the rule, always trying to find out some kind of a difference, that something else Prabhupada did different than the main thing. You know, he did that. He gave general instructions just like Krishna. Krishna says, once you come back, nobody comes back. And Prabhupada said, oh, that's a general statement. So the devotee says, you mean to say if we go back to Godhead, we come back again? Prabhupada's free will. So that was a general statement that Krishna made in Bhagavad Gita. And some devotees say, well, you see, when we go, once Krishna says we can never, see? But Srila Prabhupada's no, free will is so strong. So there's general statements and specific statements. I mean, and you cited earlier specific instances which don't apply as a general rule. And there's a difference. Srila Prabhupada gave instructions to individuals that he wouldn't give to the whole collective society. He gave individual instructions, like the Guru Kripa. You want to work, okay, you worship the Shinga, then you do it with real jewels. And then before, in other places, he said, you don't put real jewels in the deities in the temple, they'll be stolen. So there's a lot of common sense in Krishna consciousness. It's a question of doing the need. One of my favorite phrases, Baba, do the needful. Do the needful. Judge by the result.
That could get you in trouble though, because if you don't know the results before you do it, if you try something, it's like my mind could tell me something was needful that was actually, you know what I mean? There's this.
He said you have to consider both sides, the good and the bad side, when making a plan. He said a businessman has to think about losses as well as gains. If he just thinks about gains, he's killing himself. So the idea is, whatever we do, we have to understand the possible contrary things that could happen in order to make it work. Because we have to be concerned about that. We just can't push ahead with, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, expect everything to be done by Krishna's grace. We have to think in advance. What's the consequence? That's one of the things described by a man in the mode of ignorance. He doesn't think of the consequences of what he does.
And he doesn't know what's to be done and what's not to be done.
That's right.
That's the mode of goodness actually gives you that intelligence so that you would probably have better inspiration generally.
Anyway, can we get back to the Shastra?
That's not Shastra?
Well, I mean, this is supposed to be a reading. Devotees want to hear a Shastra. They want to hear me talking. They want to hear Srila Prabhupada's writing, what he says.
I agree.
I'm just a parrot. They want to hear Srila Prabhupada.
I know we read the verse, and then we were just discussing the points in the verse.
We finished the Leela and we have 20 minutes left.
Oh.
We can start on the next Leela, or you can all discuss whatever you want to do. Or you can go on all night if you want, but I need to pack for Montreal for Rath Yatra.
Yes, Rath Yatra. Lord Jagannath has come out of Puri for the whole world. They wouldn't let us go and see him, so Srila Prabhupada said he came out to see you.
Wow.
I saw Rath Yatra in Ahmedabad. Someone sent me a picture, and they had Lord Jagannath deities wearing face masks.
It was me. I sent it.
Oh, I know. It's
To talk about speculation, and you know what? They looked angry. They really looked angry over top of those masks. I mean, I mean, and could anybody see that? They were angry.
It's
I
worse
thought
than
they
when
looked-
they dress Krishna as Santa Claus. Much worse.
Oh, that happened a long time ago in Ireland. I've got pictures of it. Not only did they dress them up in red and white, but they had polar bear on the altar, and they had deers on the altar. You see, that's what happens when devotees speculate and try to make improvements to what's already perfect. Srila Prabhupada gave us the perfect instructions, and our perfection is based on how well we carry out his instructions. Not how our fertile brains will come up with more devotional service. Yeah, there they are.
I mean, wow.
Now, they're angry.
What kind of message is that sending to the world?
They're trying to dovetail the Lord with the mandates, mundane mandates.
And also they aren't even dressed, they're dressed like dolls. You
They
know,
were- Well, there were many thousands of people who came there. They had thousands of police involved. And it was a big crowd there in this Ahmedabad, I think it's how you pronounce it. There were many thousands of people there. I saw the further photographs showed huge crowds there.
Ahmedabad.
Ahmedabad.
Were you there, Rahul Prabhu? Were you there?
Yes, Prabhu. I am currently in this city, so I didn't go to visit, but it's the 450-year-old Jagannath temple, and hundreds and thousands of people attended.
You did not go. You did not see them in their face mask paraphernalia.
I didn't check the pictures in the news and all that much.
I see.
Mm.
You know, going back to what you were saying earlier about Shalagram Shila worship, you know, I used to be on our godbrother Ayendra Prabhu's 24-hour kirtan, Rupanuga Prabhu, and
He had thousands. He had thousands of
Yeah,
he used to take them out and dip in the bath by having rain on them. He had like a lazy Susan, about 7 layers, and they were all full of Shilas.
yes.
Completely bogus.
Wow.
No, completely bogus. Yet he
really?
got away with it. Srila Prabhupada would never have approved. On every shelf, he had like a lazy Susan, a big table on the bottom. The next table was a little smaller. Next table on top of it, and they were all filled with Shalakam Shilas.
He told me he had 2,000 of them.
Whatever it was, he would go out and let them bathe in the rain. That's how he bathed them. That is eccentric. There's nothing to do with Srila Prabhupada's teaching.
He has a cult following. People love him. He
Well,
took
that may be. I'm not criticizing that part.
right.
But I'm saying that behavior is not authentic. And actually, when you get down to it, just like the Karmis say, oh, we don't care. They talk about the professors. Oh, we don't care about his private life. We just care about his teachings. Well, the same thing goes for gurus, for sannyasis, for Sankirtan party leaders. The same thing goes for pujaris. It's all everybody's responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
But in the private life, there's no private life. There's no private life.
But Andra apparently had
sadhu, there's no private life.
Andra had apparently a lot of realizations. I mean, that seems to be something that's real, and you can tell when somebody speaks something if it rings true, that it's a
I'm not
realization.
criticizing. This is not an ad hominem point I'm making. I'm talking about this thing about Shalakam Shila was raised, and Gore was pointing out that he had so many Shila, and I saw it. I saw it myself. I saw him doing it. Like treated as if it were properly done. But that wasn't ever approved by Srila Prabhupada. I'll tell you frankly, when I heard Srila Prabhupada talk about the third generation would be maybe qualified to worship Shalom Shila. I wouldn't touch idea. I wouldn't even think about it. I mean, I had enough to do in the deity worship. That was a warning I took.
Well, how about worshiping Radha Krishna deities when they're not installed? I mean, I heard that Prabhupada said that wasn't, that householders should worship for any time.
I don't know about that. I don't know about
mean,
putting limitations on that. But you may have said that. I don't know. The thing is, Nitai Gauranga don't take the same offenses as Radha Krishna. Panchatattva don't take any offenses. On the safe side, they have Panchatattva. That's what we can recommend to people about chanting at home. Have a picture of Panchatattva. Srila Prabhupada said all they need to do is have a picture of Panchatattva in their house and they're worshiping him. So they sit in front of Panchatattva and chant the holy name. That's what this movement's all about. Worshiping Lord Chaitanya by the holy name. So we should make it simple, and householders should be simple too.
Related to this point, Rupanuga Prabhu, I've often wondered, as the Krishna consciousness movement continued to unfold, we know that Srila Prabhupada is a very innovative preacher, and he did unprecedented activities, unlike any other Swami ever did. Coming to the West, allowing men and women to live in ashrams, performing yagyas, as a sannyasi doesn't do marriages, and probably other devotees could think of many other examples. So I'm wondering, did the innovations for time, place, and circumstance end when Srila Prabhupada left the planet, or do we need more devotees in the future that have the intelligence to understand, okay, even though Prabhupada didn't do this, this is the proper thing to do. Even though Prabhupada didn't give this example, we have to use our intelligence. This is time, place, and circumstance. Could you comment on that, please?
Well, my comment is that I find that enough devotees are not following his examples that are already there. I mean, Srila Prabhupada did many wonderful things. Like, for example, he's the first one to challenge modern science. He challenged the scientists. He challenged the Darwinists.
Right.
No one ever did that. No one even knew how to do that. Srila Prabhupada did a lot of things that can't really be improved upon. They can be expanded. So what is it that time and circumstance would demand that Srila Prabhupada hasn't already given us? What is it that has to be done anew in order to fit? These books, as my understanding is, were written for the next 9,500 years. Excuse me. 9,500 years. And we're going to think new ways to do things in the 45 or 50 years since Srila Prabhupada left. The world has changed so much. The world has changed for the worse, much worse. We should be thinking how to handle that. People are in such anxiety, they can't see straight. The media is beating them on the head every day with all kinds of distress and all kinds of things happening. People are suffering like they've never suffered. Here they have an advanced, so-called advanced, technologically advanced, all this electronics, and they're still miserable, unhappy.
I think their unhappiness is because of too much sense gratification. Because they're not in the mode of goodness, you can't be happy. So that's why, it gets back to having these simple.
Of course that's there, of course that. But also, you have to have good leadership. You have to have good education. If you want to get a job, you have to have some education. You can do these things can be done properly. Srila Prabhupada never wanted to tear the society apart, tear it all down, and start from scratch. He wanted to add the chanting, and everything would come out. You add this bhakti yoga process, then things will naturally fall into place. Then people won't elect people who are not qualified, because they'll have some qualifications themselves. That's why Srila Prabhupada called it the In God We Trust Party for purified leaders. Because without purified leaders, you don't have anything.
That's why it's a joke when devotees take the side of this president versus that president, and I'm thinking Prabhupada said they're all fools and rascals, they're asses, and anyone who votes for an ass is also an ass. So is the Trump ass better than the Biden ass? I mean,
Well, I think the Trump ass is better than the Biden ass because the Trump ass allowed the Rath Yatra carts to be constructed on his railroad yard.
There you go.
He did that. And because of that, Srila Prabhupada went down Fifth Avenue in a Rath Yatra cart.
but that doesn't mean that all of his other policies
Of
are
course not, it doesn't. But everybody, but that's something that you're making comparative statement. You can make comparative statement between people by what? Have they done anything for the movement? Have they contributed anything? Well, that's a contribution.
uh-huh.
He also said to another devotee who went years later, this devotee who was on his staff out in California, working for him to get him elected. So he went back after the election. The devotee went back to India and was doing his service. And there was a catastrophe of some kind, a train wreck or something. And he was there helping people. And he got photographed. And one of Trump's staff saw him and recognized him from the before and told Trump about it. And Trump said, "Oh, I want to see him." So he came to see Trump, and he gave Trump his family Bhagavad Gita that had been handed down to him. He gave the Bhagavad Gita, and Trump said, "Oh, I've already read this," because back when he had the railroad yard, he was also got a Gita, and he said to the devotee, he said, "Oh, I've already read this," but he accepted that gift. So, I mean, it's not unusual. So there's a comparison you can make on the basis of what he did or anybody did for the movement.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so that's a feather in a man's cap. If you ask me, that's how he got elected.
Huh.
He had that feather. Nobody gets the post without Krishna's sanction.
Works too. But how do I do?
Anyway, so that we have to stay away from politics because right now ISKCON is divided between liberals and conservatives.
What's the distinction? What are the liberals saying? What are the conservatives saying?
Well, I'm not going to repeat it. I'm not going to talk politics, but I'm just saying that we're talking about conservatism and liberals. I heard Srila Prabhupada say one time, Srila Prabhupada, people think we're very conservative. He says, yes, we are very conservative, meaning we are traditional, meaning we have a culture. We are not introducing something new. We're bringing something forward, from God himself. Lord Chaitanya.
Conservative revolutionaries,
Yeah, conservative.
but revolutionaries at the same time. I mean, it's kind of interesting.
Liberalism in politics used to mean a lot different than it does now. Liberals and the original liberals, they were after desegregation, right? They were after those kinds of ideals. You see, the original liberalism, that was considered liberal. You see, to want to integrate the schools, those kinds of things. There's some social changes. I'm not saying that that's spiritual, but I mean, it's better than the mode of ignorance.
I have some quotations here from Srila Prabhupada on liberal and conservative in one conversation he's having with Atreya Rishi Prabhu. Prabhupada is saying here, yes, compromise means you don't want real business, but you want some money by cheating and by bluffing. That's all. That is compromise, just like this Mahesh Yogi is doing. Yes, God has given you senses. Hey, please mute yourself. Yes, God has given you senses. There's a lot of noise in the background. Mute yourself. You simply enjoy. You simply give me $35. I give you a special mantra. And here, Allen Ginsberg told me, Swamiji, you are very conservative. I said that I am the most lenient. I am not conservative. You are conservative. You cannot give up your bad habits. I am very liberal and accepting everyone. Because you are conservative, you cannot give up your bad habits. Therefore, you deny to come to my camp. I am very liberal. Atreya Rishi. A Vaishnava is conservative with Krishna and liberal with everybody else. Prabhupada, that is not conservative. Conservative means unnecessarily catching something. That is conservative. If you try to protect your life, will anyone say you are very conservative? I wanted to kill you, and you want to keep your life? Is that conservatism? Do you think? Atreya Rishi, no, Prabhupada. And if the murderer thinks that you are very conservative, I wanted to kill you, and you did not allow, that is not conservative. That is self-preservation. That is not conservative. Conservative means unnecessarily. You catch some rules and regulation without any meaning or without any utility. That is conservative. In Sanskrit, it is called niyam agraha. That's an interesting definition that Srila Prabhupada is giving to liberal and conservative, isn't
That
it?
just shows you can't beat Srila Prabhupada in an argument. He said, I'm liberal, and Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was the most liberal.
Yes.
Because he says this is for anyone. You don't have to change your position, whatever it may be. Just start chanting. You see? So that's called liberal because that's called universal. Universal teacher. Srila Prabhupada was a universal teacher. He's not sectarian, he's not parochial, he's not in any way restrictive. See, he accepts everybody, anyone who comes to him. And he engaged anyone who approached him.
So can you explain more about Niyamagraha?
What's that?
Can you explain more about Niyamagraha? I mean, that's right in the Nectar of Instructions, Prajalpa Niyamagraha, and I can't remember what Niyamagraha was.
Following the rules and regulations only for the sake of following them?
Yeah.
So that means like chanting your rounds to get them done rather than to love Krishna.
What's that?
Well, Niyamagraha would be like, if you're chanting, well, I promised to chant 16 rounds, so I'm going to try to, just get them done rather than I'm chanting because I want to call out to Krishna. Wouldn't that be Niyamagraha?
Well, it's a broader concept. They're just, having too many rituals, for example, like the Kanishtas, they have ritual like in India. They have lots of rituals to take up the time, But actually overdoing, rules and regulations to their what? For what you do is you steal the time from preaching. That's the problem. Overdoing it, being too attached to those kinds of rules and regulations. And also, Niyamagraha means not to follow the rules and regulations. So you have to know, what it means to follow without overdoing it, Like Srila Prabhupada told Himavati Mataji, if I told you all the rules for deity worship, you would faint. And she thought they were already doing a lot.
Here's another quote from Prabhupada about liberal and conservative. In this society, we propose that you give up illicit sex, meeting, gambling. When people hear this, they go away saying, oh, Swamiji, he is very conservative. But I cannot become liberal and tell everybody, go ahead and do all nonsense and you can become God conscious. I cannot possibly recommend that. Therefore, my first condition is that if someone wants to become my student, he has to follow these 4 regulative principles. Consequently, I do not have many followers. I have a select few because they are select. They will bring about a revolution in the world. 1 moon is sufficient to dissipate darkness. If there is
giving another definition of liberal, like anything goes, and that's what we have right now, the definition of liberalism. It means anything goes. See, so Srila plays both. He takes both parts, but he gives a spiritual meaning in every case.
Mm-hmm.
He gives a spiritual meaning to conservatism and a spiritual meaning to liberal. And when you do that, the true meaning of the words become evident.
Mm-hmm.
See, when they're dovetailed, when they're explained within a philosophical concept of Bhakti Yoga, they make sense. But if they're explained outside, they'll mean anything you want.
Mm-hmm.
The liberals think they're liberal, and the conservatives think they're conservative. What for conservative means politically is we want to keep the Constitution. We want to keep changing all these things The liberals say, no, we have to make adjustments to time and circumstance. We have to accept, we have to contribute, we have to create new genders, whatever we have to do to make people happy. Everybody has to be happy.
There's a recording that was put out recently with a professor. She sounds like she had a lot of association with devotees, and she was addressing the issue. I think she's at Rutgers. I've got it on my Facebook page, and she's addressing the whole issue of how she's quite intrigued or concerned how ISKCON is trying to rebrand itself. She was specifically making reference to Krishna West. She was saying generally people rebrand themselves in order to get greater social acceptance. That's what rebranding is all about. So she was saying it seems ISKCON is concerned about how the public, to what degree the public will accept us. Therefore, it appears like we're willing to compromise, rebranding ourselves.
So will you stop saying we and ourselves? I'm not included.
Okay, not including you.
Just stop. I don't think everybody here is included, we and ourselves. We'll talk about ISKCON, because she's right. Because ISKCON is trying to assimilate themselves. They're trying to be received and accepted by everyone. That's what this whole interfaith thing is about. Oh, look, I can show you an official appear on an official website from the liberal, what would you call it? The propaganda department. It was actually very interesting. It showed the White House, the picture of the White House, superimposed over the Capitol. And in front of that, there was fire. This is an ISKCON website. There was fire, like there's fire going on. And the quote was given, the quote from Bhagavad Gita about whatever great man does come in will follow. That quote was made in reference to Trump and how Trump failed that quote. So the Bhagavad Gita was used politically. It was politicized. And that was an ISKCON website, official website of ISKCON policy. They used that verse from Bhagavad Gita to criticize Trump. Say that he didn't really follow the verse, he didn't follow the verse and so on like that. Why Trump? Why not somebody else? Why not the opponent? Why? We don't politicize Shastra. Shastra, Bhagavad Gita, was used by the Rajarshis. It was intended as a handbook for the royal order to rule by. It was not intended to favor this party or that party. All the politicians, that's why people say politician. Nobody wants to be a politician. Always is suspicious. Whenever you say politician, it's like, well, like that. Because Shil Baba called them out on it. They're all mudhas. They're stealing from the public. He said, your pocket, my pocket. So we don't support any political party. No. We don't support any political party.
What about in India, for instance? I don't know much about them. I don't know the politics, but I think there's one called Hindutva. They're into like allegedly preserving the culture of Hinduism in India rather than allowing the Muslims to take over or other influences.
Yeah, that's the problem. Hinduism and Muslimism is a problem. All these isms are the problem. Bhagavad Gita doesn't cover isms. Bhagavad Gita is above isms. Bhagavad Gita is universal.
Bharatiya Janata Party, the BJP party.
There's so many parties.
Yeah.
Shil Baba said you should join God's party.
This is the professor here at Rutgers, Nicole Panaglotis. Branding Bhakti, Krishna Consciousness and the Makeover of a Movement. This is her new book, Indiana University. How do religious groups reinvent themselves in order? How do they rebrand their messages and recast their rituals in order to make their followers more diverse? In Branding Bhakti, Krishna Consciousness, and the Makeover of a Movement, Nicole Karap-Anagyotis considers the new branding of the Hare Krishna movement, or ISKCON. Branding Bhakti not only investigates the methods the ISKCON movement uses to position itself for growth, but also highlights devotees' painful and complicated struggles as they work to transform their shrinking sectarian movement into one with global religious appeal.
With what? What kind of appeal?
Global religious appeal.
Local.
Branding Bhakti. There's the cover.
Well,
And I have her talk here. Yes?
It doesn't look like a devotee on the front of the book.
Yeah.
Yeah. So her idea of what bhakti is not obviously not clear.
It's like the Bhakti Center in New York City. They offer yoga classes, they have talks on Ayurveda, and they're trying to appeal, to the, I don't know, what would you call them, Jiva Mukta terminology? Kind of like yuppies, sort of? Are you still there?
I think it's hipsters
Maybe not.
nowadays.
Hipsters, okay. Well, hipsters usually means older people. These are youthful people. They're in their 30s. They're urban professionals. It goes on to say here that this book, known primarily for their orange robes, shaved heads, ecstatic dancing on the streets, and exuberant Hindu-style temple worship, many contemporary ISKCON groups are radically reinventing their public presentation and their style of worship in order to attract a global audience to their movement.
Yeah, look, she's talking about Hindu. She keeps, because ISKCON is not differentiating themselves from Hindu. I read to you what the official statement was about ISKCON being one of the family of Hindu faiths. That was official statement from the PR czar of ISKCON. I have it here. I read it.
Yeah, Anutta.
So that's what's being done. But they're presenting themselves as Hindus. Pollock told me this Pollock is my friend in Washington, D.C. He's been there since forever. And he told me one time he was sitting at the Sunday feast, and one devotee sat down next to him and said, aren't we Hindus? This Hinduism thing, Srila Prabhupada, he was so strong about that. About Hindu is not even a Sanskrit word. It was invented by this way, that way. They couldn't pronounce Hindu. They couldn't pronounce Sindhu, so they pronounced it H, so they call it Hindu. All those on the other side of the Hindu, they were called Hindus. All this side, it's like he gave the origin of how it's not even a legitimate term. It's a created, term.
The Muslims made it up.
Yeah. And the point is that, see, the problem is, I remember when I was younger, someone would say like, oh, the Hindus, yeah, the Hindus. Oh, yeah, they worship many gods. It's a third-class religion. That's the way Hinduism was presented to me when I was a boy. The Hinduism, it's a religion, but it's third class because it worships demigods. But not like demigods, but it worships more gods, more than one.
They say it's a gate, therefore it's an anathema. Is that the right word? Anathema. Christ. It's a gate. Christ.
That's the impression that they got.
Yeah.
They have bad impression, but they can be corrected. This Hinduism has to stop. We're not Hindus. We have nothing to do with Hindus.
But having said that, Rupanuga Prabhu, I've gotten myself in the door of many universities. I gave a talk at Cornell University 3 years back on the basis of music and the world religions, and she was studying at that time music and Hinduism. And on other occasions, I offer introduction to Hinduism. And then I immediately, the first thing I say is exactly the point you made. This term Hindu does not appear anywhere in the scriptures of what you call Hindus. And those scriptures are the Vedas. So people who follow the Vedas, they're followers of Sanatan Dharma. They're Krishnaites, they're
Not all of
Vaishnavas.
Okay,
them.
you
Prabhu, not
cheated
all
them.
of them.
You cheated them legitimately. Okay, you cheated them. They didn't. You got in. You got your foot in the door. But listen to this. Listen to this. ISKCON is a Gaudiya Vaishnava, in parentheses, monotheistic tradition within the broader Vedic or Hindu family of faiths.
That's a compromise.
There's three Namaparats in this one sentence. There's three Namaparats here. You want to know what they are?
Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, to say that Vaishnava is a tradition within the broader Vedic or Hindu, to equate the words Vedic and Hindu is minimizing the authority of the Vedic literature. That's one of the offenses to the holy name. To consider it to be a family of faiths is another offense to the holy name. To be considered to be in a level of material piety. That's another offense to the holy name. And then on top of that, it's neglecting the order of spiritual master by preaching like this about Hinduism and ISKCON being the same, being part of Hinduism. So there's three Namaparats in this one sentence. And this sentence was spoken in April 2020 at the end of a presentation. A definition of ISKCON was given. This was the last sentence in the thing.
That's coming from our Minister of Communications.
I'm not naming anybody. I'm just talking about what's on the paper.
I didn't say anything.
We don't have to name anybody. The point is, this is complete, utter nonsense.
Well, I could say, I can give you quite a few quotes right now where Prabhupada said Hinduism refers to the culture of India and is synonymous with Vedic culture.
Right.
In the beginning,
Many quotes.
Look, in the beginning, sometimes it depends on the audience he's talking to. He includes Hinduism as part of Vedic culture because actually Hinduism is really demigod worship. That's what it really is. It's the Karmakanja section of the Vedas. It's part of the Vedas. It's all part of the Vedas. So in one sense, it's part of the tradition, but it's not our part. It's not the part we play. We play Sanadharma. We play the essence. We play the purpose of all Shastra. All demigod worship is to bring one to the Krishna's lotus feet. It's to teach people there's a higher power. It's very simple.
Well,
It's to satisfy people's material desires in this world in a legitimate way, so that someday they'll come to the point of understanding the supreme personality of Godhead. So if you take those sentences you just and put them in the context of whatever was said, you'll see that he's not authorizing it. He's not, shall we say, condoning it, or he's not propounding it. He's putting it in perspective. And he doesn't want to drive anybody away. He wants those people who are so-called Hindus to take the next step. So what's the point? In the driving the way he's trying to attract them to the higher understanding of worship, the supreme person.
Yes, but that's like whether we were to call it Hinduism or whether we call it Vedic culture. The point is there's Jnana Kanda, Karma Kanda, and Upasana Kanda. And Upasana Kanda could also mean worship of the demigods, Prabhupada says. So whether we call it Vedic culture or Hinduism, it's the same thing.
Srila Prabhupada made great efforts to distinguish the movement from Hinduism. I don't care what you say. He has made efforts to explain what the word means, that we're not Hindus. He made it very clear. When he's preaching, he may be preaching in such a way to get people to understand the broader concept of how Hinduism is part of Vedic culture, but it's part of Vedic culture as a sub part, not important part.
Let me read to you this quote from Srila Prabhupada. It is obvious to any sane man that Hindu culture is being forcibly introduced by ISKCON.
What's that?
It is obvious to any sane man that Hindu culture is being forcibly introduced by ISKCON.
Yes,
That's
the
a
real
quote by
culture.
Srila Prabhupada.
The real culture. Yes, yes. But the
Yes,
real culture. Did we
right.
introduce Hinduism? Did we? Did Srila Prabhupada introduce Hinduism for a second? Never. He never called this movement Hindu. Never.
No, of course not.
I wouldn't have joined it.
Of course not. I mean, we know that it's not within the
So
vocabulary
why do you
of.
call attention to this at a time like that? We don't need this kind of separatism. The way
It's
you're
not
interpreting,
separatism.
you're actually making Hinduism a genuine conception, which is not the way it happens in this sentence I read you.
It's not separatism, Prabhu, because even for those who are following so-called Vedic culture, there's separatism. It's not a question of separatism. It's a question of understanding what it is.
I'm not talking about
and
them. I'm talking about you. I'm saying that you're talking that way. I'm saying we include Hinduism in Vedic culture, but not as the way Lord Chaitanya does it, or like Srila Prabhupada did it, or the Goswamis did it. They explained the purpose of Vedic culture.
Yes,
It's not to be Hindus.
yes,
And that's the whole point. The Sanatana Dharma that Srila Prabhupada brought with him from India, or I should say liberated from India, locked up for 5,000 years, he brought Sanatana Dharma to the rest of the world. That was his contribution. Had nothing to do with Hinduism. But he included Hinduism because Hinduism, when you look at what it really is, it's demigod worship or even impersonalism, especially demigod worship. That's what Hinduism really is. And that's the conception people had about Hinduism when he came. He had to differentiate Vaishnavism from Hinduism. He had to do it for us.
yeah. That's because what people thought, what they were accustomed to understanding it as. Yeah.
Well, sure, he explained what Hinduism really meant. But he also explained that it was an invented word. It was invented to cover the karma kanja section. It was invented to cover deity worship. So it became a legitimate title. It was created, but it was not a scholarly conception. See, it's not a Vaishnava conception, huh? But we can explain it, and nobody else can. That's the problem.
I think I remember the word Hindu being used in the text of the Chaitanya Charitamrita, if I'm not mistaken. I have to check. I'm not certain about that.
I don't know why you're so attached.
I'm not. I'm just saying that.
I know you're trying to be eclectic and broad-minded and all that, but
No. I'm just saying that Prabhupada, I mean, for us to say categorically something where Prabhupada also has quotes, we have to understand them in context, right? That's all.
Of course, but the context for us is preaching. That's the real context of this movement. It's preaching. It's a preaching movement. And we have to preach according to Srila Prabhupada's instructions. We don't preach Hinduism. We don't condone the whole concept. In fact, we separate ourselves from that idea. You see? Because there's only one God, and there's so many sectarian. We don't want to be not sectarian. The difference between us and the others is that we just know more about the Supreme Person than they do. They're on the same track. They're on the track, but they don't know enough. The Bible doesn't talk about. Christ says that in my Father's house there are many mansions. You have never seen his face. Where we go, we talk about all those mansions, all of Vaikuntha. We talk about all Krishna's faces and all of his incarnations. I mean, it's unlimited what Srila Prabhupada gave us. It's not a narrow-minded conception of God as a creator. The creator of this universe is a very minor consideration about Krishna. The fact that this universe has millions of universes. So to make him the creator of this universe is just a tiny, tiny, tiny little opulence of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And all Srila Prabhupada in one page, in one of his books, goes far, far beyond that. But that's what attracted me. I had faith in Christ before I met Srila Prabhupada. I was not a born-again Christian. I was not even a practicing Christian. But from my childhood, I had faith in Christ because I went from 5 to 13. I would go every Sunday to my local church, and I loved to chant the hymns. I loved it. So I always had great respect for Lord Jesus Christ. I didn't know much about it. But when I met Srila Prabhupada, he took my faith in Christ and multiplied it 1,000,000 times. And when I explained that on a TV show in Atlanta back in the 80s to some other ministers that were there, one of them took offense. Oh, well, my faith is very, very, very great also. But I tried to say that Srila Prabhupada took me far beyond the faith of my boyhood. He didn't like to hear that because he had a sectarian brain. You can understand that faith is a quality. It's a quantity. Shraddha is a basis of our movement. You see? So that's what happened to me. What happened to me was my faith in God was based on what I understood from Christ. And what I understood from Srila Prabhupada was 1,000,000 times more. Any God-fearing person, anybody who believes in God, comes in contact with Srila Prabhupada, they're going to be amazed if they read his books. They're going to be enchanted, yeah, and blessed with Srila Prabhupada's revelations of who God is, what he looks like, what he does. He has God has a family. He has a family, an eternal family, and he lives in Goloka Vrindavan, the planet of the cows. God runs after cowherd girls. He has girlfriends. What? You see? But the way Srila Prabhupada presents it, it's ecstatic. It's revelation. Like they said to me that those ministers said, isn't a strange God who runs after young women like that? You know, that's what they're thinking. You see?
Can you explain a little?
I have to explain these are eternal associates. We have eternal relationship with Krishna. It's just covered. I have to explain to them. It's not ordinary man, not ordinary activities between men and women. God's not like that. I forget exactly how I explained it, but I had to deal with that. You know, which I could have said, "Oh, that's an insult. How can you talk about Krishna like that?" No, I have to deal with it.
Deal with it.
What an offense! I could have said, "What an offense! What an offender you are, talking about Krishna like that, like an ordinary man." No, you can't do that. You have to preach to them what, from their point of view, understanding where they're at. And in the end of the program, I demonstrated. I had a Bible with me, and I had the Bible open, and I said, "Look," I said, "in the Bible there are many holy names, many, but they're all translated out. Like King of Kings, Lord of Heavenly Hosts, these are names of God. And it's like if you took Bhagavad Gita and said the most attractive one, wherever it said Krishna, that would you not be chanting his name, you'd be chanting his definition. If I said wherever it said wherever it said Rishikesh, I said the Lord of the senses instead of Rishikesh, that wouldn't be chanting the holy name. So I said, in the same way, your Bible has taken out all the names of God and put in the translations. I said, and hallowed be the name is there too. So I ended up saying, so chanting the holy name is the religion of this age. But why don't you do it? And the moderator says, yes. On that note, we'll end our discussion. Nobody was insulted. He wasn't. He was very happy with the whole thing. So they don't even know. They don't understand. People don't understand, what's really there in their own shastra. And Srila Prabhupada said that these shastras are meant for lectures and yavans. Okay, and that's what I was until I met Srila Prabhupada. Maybe I still am. I don't know, but I tried to benefit from his understanding. So when I heard Srila Prabhupada praise Lord Jesus Christ in the storefront, I was so relieved. I was happy to understand. I hadn't been wasting my time all those years. And when I found out he was a Shaktavesh avatar, that was very nice. And when I heard that Muhammad was also a Shaktavesh avatar, and Lord Buddha. So Srila Prabhupada explained without insulting anyone. He just explained how it all was part of the culture, Vedic culture. Nobody's left out. Christ was an incarnation. Okay? Shabtavish avatar. So that's who he is. So Baba explained everything. And he explained Hinduism. He also said devotional means devotion to Krishna. It doesn't mean devotion to demigods. He said real devotion, the word devotion, is really for Krishna alone. And there may be devotees of this or that, and they have names of this or that, but the real name is the holy name of the Lord. But that's not insulting anybody. It's just telling the truth. It's telling the goal. But this quote I read you, that has nothing to do with Srila Prabhupada's preaching. Nothing at all. It has to do with assimilation. It has to be, I'm okay, you're okay. We're a small religion, but we're worldwide and we're authentic. We're one of you. We're going to sit on the council with you. We'll have interfaith meetings. And we're not going to explain to you more about God. We're not going to explain to you about what the Supreme Personality of Godhead means. We're not going to explain to you anything higher than what you already know, because that's preaching. We just want to get along with you.
No, but excuse me for, I don't mean any impertinence, Rupanuga Prabhu, but over the years, I've been invited to speak. There's this one Muslim type group called Ahmadiyya, and every year they organize what they call their interfaith gathering. Largely, it's to promote their own version of Islam, but they ask me, as a representative of quote unquote Hinduism. That's how I'm able to get in the door. And then you've got the Baha'i people. And
what did you do when you were there?
I go up and I explain Sanatan Dharma based on Lord Krishna. Yeah. I'll tell you a cool story. The last time I did this, Krishna Das, godbrother, he asked Gora, they're having a program up in Midland there. Would you like to go up? So I went, and Dodi Kurta, and they let me have a book table, and I put all of Prabhupada's books on the table. But the person that went up before me was a Baha'i person. And I don't know why he did this, but he started telling the story of Krishna and Arjuna and the Bhagavad Gita and how, we're meant to surrender to Krishna. And so when it finally came my turn to go up, I said, I'm not sure if there's really as much need for me to speak, because our previous speaker from the Baha'i faith, he did such a wonderful job glorifying Lord Krishna and the Bhagavad Gita. And everyone applauded because I was acknowledging his appreciation for Bhagavad Gita. And I don't know why he was speaking on Bhagavad, but that was quite an amazing experience. So I'm saying that these interfaith programs can be
of course.
Yeah.
Look, any situation we turn into preaching, any kind of a thoughtful meeting of men. So you did it, but that's what Srila Prabhupada would do.
Right.
He wants us to do that. That's called dovetailing.
Right.
That's the secret of our movement. It's dovetailing.
Mm-hmm.
So you dovetail the meeting.
Right.
So what did you do? You ended up at Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet and Lord Krishna's lotus feet. That was the dovetailing.
And people bought some Bhagavad Gitas too. There was more people coming to our table than to the Muslims' table.
Because you got to the absolute truth.
Yeah. But when you look at their literature, the Ahmadiyya group, they were saying that Arabic is older than Sanskrit and how Islam is the real religion. So they were using that forum.
Sectarian.
Yeah. But still.
One thing to understand is why you were attracting people, because only devotees can preach non-sectarianism.
Uh-huh.
Only Vaishnavism is really non-sectarian. It is universal. Sanatana Dharma is universal. And when we preach from that platform, it elevates the listener, you see, and they have to accept that because it's the truth. If they're God-fearing people, they don't understand that the Supreme Personality of Godhead is unlimited in its pastime. There's so many things to learn. So when you bring in the real point, the real purpose of religion, then it fits in. But you didn't go there to compromise. You didn't go there to become one of the crew and just agree with everything they said. You agree with the person before you because he was talking about Lord Krishna and you dovetailed it. Simple.
Right.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, wanting to be another organized religion, which is what they're doing with ISKCON. They are metamorphosed ISKCON from a cultural movement and an educational institution into an organized religion.
And can you a little more a little more clarification, please, on the difference on what are some of the distinguishing factors of the movement that Prabhupada established compared to what ISKCON is morphing into it? What distinguishes an organized religion? Is centralization one of those symptoms?
Organized religions, all of them, are not to be set aside. There's good work going on, but they don't know enough about God to love him. That's the problem. You have to know God to love him. You have to know anyone to love them. With the supreme person. You can't love somebody you don't know what they look like. You can't love someone you don't know what they're doing. You can't love someone you don't know what they want. You can't love someone you don't know where they live. You don't what their activities are. You have to love a person for what they do. So organized religions are good that they're teaching fear of God, they're teaching sin and going against sin and so on, so on, so on. But the positive side that causes the love, not the fear, but the love. You can't love a person you're afraid of. See? God is not an angry God. He's a loving God. And a chastising God, but that's also his love. So that, you see, such a limited perception of God, there's no way you can love that limited perception. You can't do that. There's no love, nothing to love. There's nothing to enchant you, nothing to attract you. Nothing to keep your attention. No one for you to serve according to your capacity. This is not a criticism. It's just an explanation of, like Srila Prabhupada said, we are not a religion. This is beyond religion. This is the postgraduate study of religion, and that explains it. The postgraduate study. That's all.
Yeah, we'd also say we're a science and we're a cultural movement.
Srila Prabhupada said the religion of the day is giving and charity. He said that's the basic religion of the day, is to give in charity. It's true. I remember reading one year the American people gave us like $48 billion in charity. The tendency is there.
Mm-hmm.
That's good. That's why Srila Prabhupada was received by the young Americans. He was accepted with open arms, right? And the young Americans, the youth, they helped him to Europe and so on. Because he convinced them, he knew what he was talking about. He knew who God was. He knew what he looked like. He had his name and address. He had everything. So he said in the storefront, can anyone here say they don't belong to some party? Can anyone here say everybody belongs to a party, some sort of an organization, some sort of a political party or social party? He said, but we must become members of God's party.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the Srila Prabhupada disciples were intended to be members of God's party. Anyway, you're steering this thing, so where are we going here?
Does anyone have any comments? Any other devotees here? I see there's 18 comments in the chat. Wow. Crack up the volume for Rupanuga Prabhu, please. I can't crank up Rupanuga Prabhu's volume. He has to crank it up himself.
Oh, I thought I was speaking loudly enough. No one's ever accused me of not speaking loudly enough.
Pradyumna is saying, unfortunately, I can barely hear Rupanuga today.
Really?
Gora, you are 4 times louder than Rupanuga. Excuse me. Unless people tell, how do we know? No,
How about now? I mean, I got my volume turned up.
I don't know what to say.
I don't know why.
Maybe if Rupanuga gets closer to the microphone, sometimes that's it, or if your microphone's covered or something.
Okay.
Nahush is saying, I agree, we should not ever compromise on our identification as Vaishnavas.
He says, Pradyumna says it's in the Zoom settings, Zoom volume settings.
Yes. It's not my setting.
Oh. Zoom volume setting. Okay, I went up to about Zoom. Where is the Zoom volume setting? I'm not
In
sure.
the Zoom audio settings.
Oh.
Rupanuga, I have a question for you about the offense of preaching the glories of the Lord to the faithless. You know, do you have any ideas from Prabhupada's experience of when you cross that line? And, you know, do you have any ideas about how to, it seems to me like if you take people real gradually, you don't end up doing that because everyone can agree on something unless they're a total demon. So I just like to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, I can explain to you what Srila Prabhupada said it as a purport on that. He delivered in 1970 in Los Angeles. He was describing the 10 offenses. And the way he described it was that he was giving the example of a spiritual master who initiates one who is faithless. It's a great offense. What he was saying is one had to determine a person's faith in the holy name by demonstrating. That's why he had the 6 months of 16 rounds and 4 active principles. So when he was talking about the preacher of the faithless, he was giving the example of a devotee who was accepting disciples, but was not, because as he said, if the faith is not determined, he will go away. So that's the way he explained that particular offense. And I was always thinking the same way that another place I've heard him mention something in terms of an atheist. Atheists could be avoided because they're faithless. That's the only other explanation I had before that was preaching to a person who just was in a position where there's no way that they could hear or listen or whatever. They could be avoided because they would start becoming offensive. So that's when preaching, when someone starts becoming offensive, you can break it off. You don't need to argue. So, but when it comes down to faithlessness, I'm just giving you the example that I found very, very interesting. The way that Srila Prabhupada gave it. In fact, I made a CD years ago. I'm trying to get them redone. I distributed about 1,000 of them before to devotees. They gave the 10 offenses. Srila Prabhupada gave, and he explained them all in this lecture in Los Angeles. And they're very interesting. Especially that first one about one should not blaspheme a devotee of the Lord. And he explains the conception of what a devotee of the Lord is. Because there are other people who are God conscious. You see, God consciousness is on a continuum. And the highest end, the high end is Krishna consciousness. But there are other forms of God consciousness also. They're not on the same level as Krishna consciousness because that's complete. But there are other persons who are God conscious. They may not be aware of what God is as much as we are. See, but there are other persons also. And they cannot be disrespected. I remember Srila Prabhupada giving a talk to one Krishna, I think he was a priest. He said, we should be allies. Believers in God, we should be allies.
Yeah, I think that's why the Krishna West people think that because we have such perfect information that we shouldn't push people away by appearing too foreign, having the shaved head. I think that's what I mean, obviously it's bogus because Prabhupada didn't do it that way.
Yeah, right. He had the right perception because actually dhotis, I mean, come on, dhotis have been around thousands of years. A lot more.
Not in America.
Never, maybe not. But I'm saying coat, pant, hat. Our dhotis and kurtas. I mean, this has religious or meaning that goes back thousands of years. So it's not an ordinary vogue or some sort of a fad of some kind pertaining only to India. That's like saying, Krishna's a Hindu god, or Krishna, the sun comes up in India, it's for India, and that's for the whole planet. It comes up first there. So this clothing comes up first there too. It all started there, the real civilization, real etiquette, real behavior of human beings. It all started in India. That's why Krishna went there. That's why Krishna appeared in India, because it was the place for him to go. And nowhere else could have accommodated Krishna. They had the tradition, went back to Ramchandra, went back millions of years. They have there's temples there in India right now that are over 1 million years old. People don't know that, but Srila Bhagavad said it.
It's true. I remember the first time I went to Vrindavan, and when I saw, and these are only like 500-year-old temples, but seeing the temples of the Goswamis, and it just struck me, wow, Gora, you're coming from the Wild West, cowboys and Indians, like wild people. And here's a culture that's been existing for millions of years. Like,
there are deities in India that have been worshipped for millions of years. So I mean, that's a culture that goes, from Lord Brahma, it goes back. I mean, our sampradaya is old. The universe is.
Yeah, I always try to wear tilak all the time. And I think that's, even if I'm not wearing a sari, I usually do, but because of my health thing, I haven't been wearing a sari so much. But I honestly think that just wearing tilak is really good for people to see.
Oh,
And they
still,
also will ask you, then it's like, then they ask you about what it is. So it
well,
gives you
they'll stare at your neck beads. I've had people stare at my neck beads, checkers and the Publix, they stare at my neck beads. They just stare at them like they recognize. It's like these spirit souls are sleeping.
Yeah.
It's not that these things are awakening signs. These are like, they're very, not even subtle. They're so sublime you can hardly understand them. But these things awaken a spark, cause a spark, and because all spirit souls are sleeping.
Yeah.
Sleeping, and this is a little bit of a shocker. You see.
That's why it's really important to dress as devotees, because then, especially with the chaos that's unfolding, if you can present yourself as, well, I'm a person who's peaceful and I have the answers, that, yeah, this is just a drama and this is how to get through it in a better way. So I really think that's important, that part of our preaching to present ourselves as devotees at all times. Of course, then you can't do nonsense either.
Depends on where you live, and if you work, you go to an office, if you have things like that, you have to be arranged according to time and circumstance.
Yeah, if you had a job, you probably couldn't do that because it would be too disruptive to people's minds. Yeah.
couple more comments from the chat. Nahush is saying, I agree, we should not ever compromise on our identification as Vaishnavas. It's one thing to understand and tolerate others' view of us in terms of Hinduism, but we should be clear as to who we are and present ourselves as such. Or click the arrow mic icon and then audio settings. Mark is saying he did his invisible tilak daily.
Srila Prabhupada said, if there's some reason, you can wear tilak, put on tilak with water.
Right.
You can put on tilak with water if it's not if it's some way that you cannot or wish to remain incognito for some reason, you just put on tilak with water. I remember going to meet with the people who were selling the 55th Street Temple before we bought it. I had a wig on and I wore a suit and tie. And when I was getting ready to go, someone walked by my office at the temple and said, "Who's that person in Rupanika's office?" It was me standing in front of a mirror, getting my tie together and getting my wig adjusted, which was a good wig. Nobody could really tell it was a wig. It was a good wig. And I had the coat. I mean, it's completely. So then we went to meet with the realtors in their fancy office. It was like a low lighting, like you were in a nightclub or something. And I remember going with a few of the devotees who went, and we were all dressed as a regular, Karmi people, non-devotees, businessmen. They had no idea that we were devotees.
You think they wouldn't have sold you the building if they thought you were devotees?
In fact, I'm trying to remember, was that the specific building we were? I think it was. I think it ended up being this. I don't know. I know that Srila Prabhupada pointed out that devotees didn't want us. The devotees in Wasika Avenue in LA, they had to go as they first approached them as devotees and they refused to sell because they were envious. It was owned by a Christian group, a Spanish Christian group, Hispanics, and they didn't want to sell to us. But they ended up selling to us because they didn't know who we were.
Same thing in Toronto. I think it was Subal Vilas Prabhu and some of the other Indian community. They bargained with the Christians for our Toronto temple, which was built, I think, in 1872. Huge building. And afterwards, when the Christians heard that actually the Hare Krishna devotees got it, they said they rather would have burned it down to the ground.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
That's how envious they were.
It's sectarianism. It's really sectarianism. See? It's not even envious because they don't know what there is to envy about Vaishnavism. It's just different. See, it's not the same thing. It's like, and they're thinking there are many gods or something. I don't know. They think there's a, Vaishnava God, and there's a Christian God, there's a Muhammad God. Everyone's thinking they have their God, but there's only one. Shabbat said that.
There's only one, but they'll say there's only one God, but it's not Krishna.
Shabbat said, he gave examples. He said, you may be a Hindu, you may be a Jew, you may be a Christian, you may be Muhammad, you may be a Muslim, Mohammedan, but you're all servant of God. We're all servants of God. That's the common thing. Nobody can deny it.
No. That will ring true for them.
Yeah. Because that's non-sectarian, and no one really on this planet, other than those trained by Srila Prabhupada, can preach non-sectarianism. Because sectarianism is like part of the consciousness. It's a part of the worldview. They can't shake it. You see? And that's why they fight amongst themselves. That's why they're competing with each other. Because they all think they have the best view. They think they have the best God, the best understanding of God. But we have the best title. They say God, we say the Supreme Personality of Godhead. You could write a book on that. That's the real definition.
Nahush said there's too much criticism from the liberal Western-based academicians because of the New World Order agenda. Given Srila Prabhupada's books, we should have our definitions and statements properly defined.
Hare Krishna. I meant that as we're presenting ourselves to the world, and not to misconstrue it with Hinduism and the idea of Hinduism. That's why I commented that.
So we were just appreciating in this past time earlier how Devakī was asking for the return of her 6 dead sons, and Anutama was appreciating Devakī's mood, and we were discussing how even though it appears that Devakī was asking for something material, it's not, because she wanted to do more devotional service.
Yeah, a devotee mother is never, her affection for her child is never materialistic. Not materialistic. Giving a child, raising a child in Krishna consciousness is not materialistic. Every child has to be trained. You can train a child to do anything. If these children are born in devotee families, they're continuing from their previous life. They have to be given all respect. They're more advanced because they joined much earlier. I
And she
joined
was,
when I was 27. 27 years old. That's pretty old to become a devotee. And yet the children are born into families of devotees.
so Devakī's sons were, she didn't get to mother them. I mean, they were given to her as babies, and then she let them go immediately, apparently, from this story. It sounds like she only had a short time of being a mother, or she was giving them her milk, and then when she gave them the milk, they're already liberated, apparently, but they became self-realized. And from that self-realization platform, then they went back to becoming demigods, which means, I guess, they weren't pure devotees yet. I'm not sure, but my question was, these sons were not Krishna. They were the sons that came before Krishna. And so she went and asked Krishna to have them back. And it just seemed to me like, Prabhupada seems like he tells us not to ask Krishna for things unless we have to. And I always feel like when I ask Krishna for something, I feel like I'm kind of, I shouldn't do that, but I do it anyway sometimes.
Is that what he said in the book? I didn't read that.
In the Krishna book, that was pretty much that Devakī asked Krishna, please bring me back. I would please go. And it was a lot of effort for Krishna. He had to go all the way to the lower planets, which, of course, Krishna isn't affected by that kind of place, but still, it was like he went to a lot of effort to satisfy his mother's desire. And it was just, to me, it was interesting that she would ask him for that.
But what was Srila Prabhupada's purport?
Well, it's
Yeah,
the
we-
Krishna book. So it's the Krishna book. So it's, let me read here.
Well, you all read that before I came, right?
Yeah, before you came.
Because you should know what Srila Prabhupada's, what's the moral of the story?
Okay, Devakī, the mother of Lord Krishna, sat by the side of her husband. Previously, she had heard that both Krishna and Balaram were so kind upon their teacher that they had brought back their teacher's dead sons from the clutches of the superintendent of death, Yamaraj. Since she had heard this incident, she had also been thinking of her own sons who were killed by Kamsa. And while remembering them, she became overwhelmed with grief. So
There was a precedent. She was remembering a precedent.
that she was aware that Krishna was the Supreme Personality of Godhead,
Yeah.
which is, I guess the residents of Vrindavan tend to usually forget that, but apparently she was constantly aware that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And in this instance, she asked for something really extraordinary.
Yeah, and if those children had lived, and Kamsa wanted them all killed because he wanted to make sure. He was told which child it would be, but he killed them anyway. I see. But those children, she would have raised them as devotees.
Well,
So you-
apparently they went to Bali Maharaj, and I don't know what they did during that time, but they came back as babies again.
Anyway, what I'm saying from her point of view, they were her babies. And she would have raised them as devotees, just like she was. So that's normal.
It's really quite beautiful, actually. Can you imagine how she felt when she saw them? I mean, it would be just amazing, you know, having to gone through that trauma of seeing Kamsa killing her. I think he let her keep the babies for a little while, didn't he? And then he suddenly, isn't that what happened? I can't, you guys read it more recently, Gaurav. But I think Kamsa had let her keep the babies for a while, and then Narada Muni came and said something like, we don't know which child it is, and then he killed them all. So she must
I
have.
think it was one by one. One by one, I think. You know, one by one. Didn't want them to live.
Maybe it was the first one. Maybe the first one he let live for a while. But I remember it's like Devakī had spoken to him with such, you know, with sisterly love. And he said, oh, you can keep this baby. And then Narada Muni turned up and said, oh, but you know, it's really quite an interesting story, the way that ended up. And then here she gets her babies back for like a very short period of time.
And Narada Muni was doing whatever he could to get Krishna to be Krishna. He wanted to see Krishna do the yada yada dharmasya. He wanted to see Krishna in action.
I know, and it's so wonderful, isn't it?
He was eager for the pastimes to begin.
Well, and then we see just in this short, you know, this short chapter, we see Lord Brahma, who's sometimes Prabhupada says is a pure devotee, and he's behaving in a way that's also quite, you know, going after his daughter and stuff. So our understanding of how pure devotees act is like real different from how we're able to act. At least my understanding, like Devakī could ask Krishna for something extraordinary like that, whereas we shouldn't do that. And obviously we shouldn't do what Lord Brahma did, you know.
Well, Lord Krishna wanted to wait on his mother. He wanted to serve his mother. That relationship was there.
Mm.
He was her son.
Oh yeah, and so he'd want to give her what she wanted. So she would, wow, I get it.
That's his relationship. Mother and son. Mother had a reasonable request. Obedient son.
So Vali Maharaj is living on the lower planets, and he must be, his time must go much slower there. Because our time goes slower than the demigods. No, the demigods go slower than we do, so he goes faster, right? Is that the way it works?
I don't know much about the lower planets, except I don't want to go there.
Did you hear where Prabhupada said that we should practice Patala Akasha?
What's that?
I read it several times. It was a conversation in which Prabhupada said that we should practice Patala Akasha.
I don't know what that is.
It means that you use the Akasha and you can actually transport your body from one place to another. And he said, yes, the devotees should practice this, which is, you know, like a totally outrageous statement because, you know, of course, nobody even understood what, except the words there, I think, are hints of how to do it. And then Hansaduta also told me several times that when Prabhupada was in Berlin, he told Hansaduta that he had basically teleported. And I said to Hansaduta, well, did you ask him where he went or how he did it or anything like that? He said, oh, no, I couldn't ask him. I guess, you know, Prabhupada's presence was such that, you know, sometimes you couldn't pass over that, you know, that boundary of privacy or personalism. Did you have that experience
Right.
with Prabhupada too, where you couldn't ask him because it was obviously going too far, too close or something?
It would never occur to me. Tomorrow, Krishna asked him who he was in his previous birth. I mean, I can't conceive of asking that question. Some question like that.
Because his presence, since I never saw Prabhupada personally, so it's hard for me to, I mean, I
Well,
can't imagine.
It's a Vedic etiquette not to ask a Vaishnava about his past.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Oh, I didn't know that.
yes. I think that's mentioned after devotion, I'm not sure, but it's not proper to question about a devotee, about his past, about his physical appearance. A devotee may look some different ways. He may look a crippled way. He may look like some different physical manifestations. And one shouldn't see a pure devotee like that. It's considered aparad. And one shouldn't question a devotee. We're talking about a real Vaishnava, pure Vaishnava, about his past. Sri Prabhupada answered Tamal. He said he was in his previous life, he was a sinless physician.
Huh.
That's what he told Tamal. A letter. I was embarrassed to read it. I mean, I couldn't conceive of a question like that. But anyway, Sri Prabhupada answered. He was so humble. And what is a sinless physician anyway, but a Vaishnava?
Can I bring up a topic, Rupanuga, or do you still want to?
I'm not in charge here.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so I put up a topic today on my Facebook page on something that's very relevant to our times, and that's the concept of the awoke culture. And I was trying to understand what it means to be woke. So here's the post. What does it mean to be woke? And does the Krishna conscious philosophy agree with any of it? If not, why not? Officially added in the Oxford English Dictionary as an adjective in June 2017. The dictionary defines woke as, quote, originally well-informed, up-to-date, now chiefly alert to racial or social discrimination and injustice, such as the Black Lives Matter movement. The Urban Dictionary, which published its original definition 2 years prior to the official dictionary, defines it as, quote, being woke means being aware, knowing what's going on in the community related to racism and social injustice, unquote. In other words, it means to be awake and sensitive to social issues such as racism. What is the downside of being woke? Does it have anything to do with the cancel culture? And so Damodar Prabhu, a devotee who was born to a devotee mother, I believe, and he was president of Bhaktivedanta Manor previously. He works with the Stephen Covey in management, helping companies to manage. He states that woke has negative connotations in my experience, typically associated with someone being excessively disapproving of what they see as archaic thinking, often somewhat militantly shutting others down, virtue signaling, political correctness to the point of being obnoxious, competitive to see who can be the most progressive in their thinking. I said thank you. So it's actually a paradox then. Those who consider themselves quote unquote woke are actually asleep. Damodar, they may have some genuine intentions about creating a fairer world, but there's certainly a self-righteousness and obnoxiousness. Lots of this stuff amongst neophytes, and plenty of people nowadays taking issue with various expressions of Prabhupada because, quote, what will those I crave acceptance and admiration from think if I am seen to be associated with such things? I doubt many would say it of themselves unless in jest. Normally it's a pejorative term used by right-wing people to describe what they see as the excesses of the left. And so I ask him, what are the issues that woke devotees have with Srila Prabhupada? Jai Madhava chimed in. Basu Ghoshdas Prabhu just got banned from giving Srimad Bhagavatam class or any class in North America in ISKCON, his crime. Simply reading Srila Prabhupada's Srimad Bhagavatam verses and purports. ISKCON's in deep trouble with too many unqualified deviant GBC gurus and so-called leaders. So now Shakshi Gopal, our godbrother from England, he makes the final comment and he says, seeking the approval of others was never Srila Prabhupada's method, as much as populism was never part of his agenda. While he could be kind, patient, challenging, diplomatic, pragmatic, or challenging according to the needs of the moment, he was ever the transcendental autocrat, and he never compromised. Time, place, and circumstance may mean we are selective in our choice of words and style of delivery, but if we are in any way embarrassed by Srila Prabhupada's words or his message, we will inevitably lose any potency to preach effectively. Fidelity to our founder Acharya, the Supreme Personality of Servitor Godhead, his message and his person is the secret to whatever spiritual potency we may be blessed with. So there seems to be some connection between being quote unquote woke and the rebranding of ISKCON. Seems to me. Would you like to comment on these points, Rupanuga?
No,
Prabhu?
no, I have nothing to say.
No?
I think the last definition was
Yeah.
right on as far as I could see. I think that's the idea. What, because the woke people, they have a different definition. The conservatives call the liberals woke. Woke to so many things they see, like they want to tear down the statues because George Washington owned some slaves, or because Thomas Jefferson did something which they consider to be racist or whatever. They have redefined the words to suit their historical viewpoints so they can tear down. You see, this is communism. You tear down whatever culture there is. That way you control people. That way you can, when they have no roots, you tear up their roots.
Uh-huh.
That's what Srila Baba was doing. He was planting a new roots, a new culture that you can't tear up. Once it gets those roots there, and what is so strong, that it's not going to be easily overcome by some propaganda. You see. So these other roots, they're being ripped up. All this is going on all over the world. Like all these migrants are want to come and make new roots. They want to make a whole new thing, and they go by themselves, or they make, there's this part of the city, there's no go, because if you go there, you could be harmed. So people they can't go to even parts of their own countries because all the transformation that's being undergone, bringing in whole new culture conceptions, imposing them, mixing them up, and this is creating a lot of confusion. That's why our culture movement is very important, because we can go right through all of that, and deal with the real human civilization, and deal with the real ideals. You see, so we don't compromise with these things.
Pradyumna Prabhu, do you have a comment or a question regarding the woke topic we were discussing earlier?
Oh, I'm not sure. I mean, there's a lot to say about it, but I'm interested also to hear realizations of other devotees.
Sure.
For me, it seems like, yeah, it seems like there's just different kinds of people who are at different stages. So this woke thing is just like a social fad, if you want, and
Yeah.
if you want to fit into that certain group of people, you have to have that mindset. You can't even challenge it in your mind. So I don't know. I really don't understand, because personally, I'm not into it. So I can't understand what's great about being in the woke culture. But it seems like just a way to get status. It's like a free status or fake status. It's like a fake how do you call it, caste system, if you wish, where you're either in or you're out. And if you're out, well, you're a demon, you're a bigot, you're a white supremacist, you name it, all these buzzwords are out there. So, but the thing is, these people, for the most part, they don't think their things through. They just parrot. They just parrot what they hear, and you end up with governments that, endorse these ideas. And then these people are going to worship their government, like, oh yeah, they're letting me do this and that, so they got my unconditional love. So it becomes a kind of weird religion almost. That's what I'm seeing here anyways. People following politicians without knowing what they're doing, without knowing anything other than, oh, they let me use my pronouns and send people to jail for not using my proper pronouns and other ideas like that. So anyway, I could talk for a long time about this stuff, but
That's because you're really woke. Krishna consciousness is woke. We're the woke people. I mean, they're just pretending. We're woke. We're really wide awake.
Right. That's true. Yeah.
So we're the ones who, because we can understand their point of view, we can understand everybody's point of view. From a woke position, from the real woke position, there's no secret. We can understand what's motivating this whole thing. We can understand it's all sense gratification. We don't have any problem with it. It's all karma. We understand it. We know the science. So we can understand what's going on. It's all karma. Karma means action, reaction, action, reaction. And they're getting, this is all a reaction, this whole thing. And I might point out that what you're talking about, the woke culture, is primarily in the cities.
Sure. Yeah, of course.
It's in the cities, and the media is coming from the cities. And this, I tell you frankly, I doubt this is like rolls off the water off the back of a duck in the urban area. I mean, in the suburbs and the rural areas of this country. People in these small towns and farmers and workers and people who live outside the major cities, they don't take this so seriously. It's the media that keeps pounding it. And you'll see all the weird things that are going on in the cities. It's Chicago, it's New York, it's LA. These cities are in the mode of ignorance.
Sure. What's sad for me about it is not so much that, but it's seeing as a devotee and as a preacher, you see other preachers. Some people may be agreeing, like-minded with myself, and some people, they have to adapt. So like the way I was talking to Gora about it today was like, it seems like everybody, well, it's not, it seems it's a fact that everybody needs saving, right? Everybody needs Lord Chaitanya's mercy. So it's like there has to be somebody that can help everybody. So there has to be preachers that are able to attract these woke types, I guess. And if they were speaking bluntly as it is, as Prabhupada wrote it in the books, people would just
The
protest, right? They would call you a bigot. So it seems like there has to be this kind of polishing, or I don't know what it is exactly, but people have to fit into that spectrum. Otherwise, well, they can't preach. And I find that a little bit disappointing, because when I joined, the reason I joined is because it was so radical and it was smashing my own bogus philosophy.
Right.
And I loved it.
That's right, because you were told, wake up.
And I was like, I was protesting.
He tells them all, liberals and conservatives, wake up.
Yeah, exactly.
They're not awake. They say woke, but they're not. They're sleeping. Everyone's sleeping. And this movement is built, created, and expanded to wake people up to the absolute truth. They're not their bodies. They're not American, they're not French, they're not Italian, they're not this or that. They're not. They're eternal spirit souls, and they're not their bodies, and their bodies are changing, and the karma is there. We have to explain these things. But it's the truth. The truth.
Yeah. That's what it comes down to.
The truth is Strong weapon. It dissolves ignorance.
I've seen this the first time I really saw this was when I was in Australia, and I stayed in different communities in Australia. And one devotee who's a Prabhupada disciple, he runs a place, he runs a few projects. And, he didn't like devotees going out on Sankirtan or Harinam. He didn't like the image. He cared about the image thing, and it was really big. So that's the first time I saw somebody, well, you have to kind of look this way, talk this way, interact this way. And in the last 2 years, that kind of mentality really exploded, I guess.
Well, that's all a lack of faith, simply. It's a lack of faith. It's lack of faith. We can't compromise with people by looking like them or acting like them. We come down from what position Sri Baba gave us. And it's a lack of faith. There would be too much concern about how you look to other people. Sri Baba
Right.
is concerned about that. What people think about you. Sri Baba said, they think we're crazy and we think they're crazy. So who is crazy? He was preaching like that in the storefront. Can anybody here say who is crazy? They're saying we're crazy. We're saying these materialists, they're crazy. So how can we answer? What is can anyone in this room? And then it's on the storefront. Nobody said anything. Srila Prabhupada said, then let's come to the point of reason. If I go out on the street and I walk up to somebody and I ask them who they are, they will say, well, I'm Dr. So-and-so. I am this, I am that. I was born here. I'm from this country, that country. All on the bodily level, all in the body, all about the body.
Right.
It's all about the body. But Srila said, with this movement is not about the body. It's about spiritual life. It's about the spiritual body. So he said, if he says he's something he is not, is he not crazy? If he says, I am this body, if he says, I am from this country, I was born here, I am this, I am that, and he's not, if he's actually eternal spirit soul, then who's crazy? See? So he said, the way you prove who is crazy, us or them, is by logic and reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but there's no logic and reason with woke types. Like, they won't give you a definition of a woman. They cannot do it. And if you ask them, they'll say, well, I can't tell you, I'm not a biologist. So they just defer like that. So like, that's the stuff we're dealing with. And anyway, I just don't think that has any place in Krishna consciousness. And I have a fear that, Prabhupada's books will be filtered down so much, it'll just take out all the stuff that they don't want to hear. So, oh, we can't say this, we can't say that. So there's a danger of censoring too much and changing the core philosophy.
That's because they can't explain it. See, they don't want to take the trouble to explain what Srila Prabhupada means when he says something. That's what the disciple is supposed to do. The follower is supposed to explain. You don't understand what's being said here? Here's what it means. I'm going to explain it for you. That's what it means to purports. That's all preaching is, purporting purports. So the person has to be willing to take that trouble and to have the faith in what Srila Prabhupada is saying and know that he's not making a mistake. He doesn't say something wrong.
No, of course not.
See, but the devotee has to have a strong conviction that there's an explanation. If I open my mouth, it'll come out. It'll use my intelligence. I can explain what Srila Prabhupada, because Srila Prabhupada, as far as women go, Srila Prabhupada's philosophy, overall philosophy, I always tell people, it brings up these little nitpicking details. But did you know Srila Prabhupada's total philosophy was to protect women from birth to death? From the day they're born, they're protected by their father, and then they're protected by their husband, and then they're protected by their sons or grown children. Throughout their whole life, they're to be protected. Now, that is not against women. That is for the protection of women. He said they're not to be independent. When he explained what that meant, because they have to be protected. They can't be left alone. He said women are like 10 or 11-year-old boys. They can be easily degraded if they're not protected. And women, and if you really corner one, they like to be protected. They like to have a father who cares. They like to have a husband who looks after them. They like to have children. They actually, in their hearts, they're by nature are happy to be protected. But instead, this modern society puts them in the squad cars, puts them in the foxholes, puts them in the jet planes, puts them. There was years ago, women were not supposed to even be fighting. She said, well, they're just going to drive the trucks. They're not going to be actually engaged in combat. Well, what a nonsense. Trucks are always engaged in combat. Right? So that way women gradually became like soldiers. And the morale of the men, the older troops, the person who experienced will tell you it's not good for the morale. Because why? Because men in combat, even in combat, they tend to want to protect the women. They'll risk their lives to protect the women. That's not combat. You're not supposed to put a soldier in that position where he has to be concerned about protecting a woman who's part of the group. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm. Yeah, well, now it's
Good point.
it went to
So the old staff sergeant, the old soldiers, they'll tell you this because they know when push comes to shove because they did it.
yeah.
And they
You
say
see,
the tendency is to protect the women. It's built in. It's part of the way. It's not. You cannot change it. It's the male psyche. It's the female psyche. It's the way Krishna created it. You can't deny it, but they try to deny it. They're equal. No, they're not equal. They're not equal.
well,
Women.
no two men are equal, in my understanding. Even no two men are equal. What to speak of?
What I'm
of
saying
that.
is they're not equal to confront the world. To confront the world, the women are to be protected. They're the mothers.
Yeah.
They're the mothers. You have to protect the mothers. And you don't exploit them. You don't degrade them. You don't criticize them, which is what happens now. It drives people into the feminist movement because
Mhm.
women aren't treated properly. They're exploited. So they're defending themselves. Srila Prabhupada said a woman, when she reached 16, if she's not married, she is mortified. But that doesn't mean she's going to tell people, I'm mortified. But it's the woman's psychology. She'll never tell it. She'll never speak up and say, I'm mortified. But the fact of the matter is, this woman's psychology is like that. That's why the Vedic culture. Srila Prabhupada had a 16-year-old daughter who wasn't married. He was in great anxiety.
Mhm.
Because he knew what she was thinking, how she was going to feel if he couldn't find a good husband for her.
Rupanuga Prabhu, excuse me. I want to bring in Jai Madhava in a moment because he's been waiting a long time with his
I'm
hand
sorry.
up.
I'm
And
sorry.
after him, Anutama. But I want to ask, I want to squeeze in something really quickly. And you just said that a woman should not be criticized. And I thought, okay, so there's, recently there was a talk between some scholarly Matajis and one of our God brothers, and they were addressing different issues. And so I'm thinking, if a woman wants to be a leader, like either a Diksha guru or a temple president in ISKCON, isn't she actually putting herself in a position to get criticized?
I didn't say a woman should not be criticized. I don't know where did I say
I thought you just said, didn't anyone else hear him say
I didn't
that?
say she shouldn't be criticized. I didn't say she's above criticism. I said she's to be protected. That's all. I'm not saying she should be above criticism.
Yeah, I just wanted to squeeze one last thing too, is that through this, woke wave now, you're ending up with transgender women. They're putting them in the prisons with the biological women, and they're raping each other. They had athletes competing against each other and fighting against each other. It's just ridiculous. There's no, it's now coming to an end a little bit. So they're
No, you know
realizing
what?
that's a little too much.
We have to keep in mind who's in charge. The Rakshasas.
Yes. For me, if I'm going to be real, like for 1 minute.
This is all, they're just Rakshasas.
Yeah. I think, in my personal opinion, this is all part of a depopulation program.
Oh, sure.
Let's get people so they can't reproduce, they don't want to reproduce, et cetera, et cetera. This
Yeah.
is 100% part of depopulation agenda.
This is all Rakshasa. Listen, anything global on any scale, whatever it is Rakshasa business, because nothing can happen outside of their control on that level, even locally. They've filtered it down to so many local ways. Right? Okay. Why was the 55th temple sold against Srila Prabhupada's instruction? Why was the temple on the boardwalk in Miami sold? That building, that wonderful building.
I don't know.
Why were these things done? Because of the infiltration, the influence of the Rakshasas. Because the Rakshasas are aiming to just, they're cannibals. They are cannibals.
Can you explain what is Rakshasa? Because to a lot of devotees, Rakshasa is like an imaginary thing in Krishna's
It's not
Leela, right?
imaginary at all.
So what is it in this
Yeah,
modern
they're-
context?
They're from a lower planetary system. They have come, they are now in charge right now of modern society at every aspect. And their minions, their other lesser demons and their minions are all over the place. That's where all this immorality comes from. That's where all this new creation of new genders. Like someone wrote this, there are 81 different genders. I mean, are you kidding? So I mean, this division, this fracturing of modern civilization, this is all part of the Rakshasa agendas. Why? Because it's easier to control that way, to bring people under control, to be more
Mhm.
totalitarian, you see, to make mandates. I mean, these mandates are not made by elected officials, they're made by bureaucrats. You see? So they've infiltrated everything. Because we have to take it literally. If Srila Prabhupada said, and this, people say, well, that was written in the 70s. No, the Rakshasas have been in control for a long time. And we know who they are because Srila Prabhupada told us who they are. And all the people that work with them, it's all a question of money. All a question of money. They buy whole countries. They buy political parties. They buy economies. They're so rich. They don't need any money. They don't care about money. What they want is control. What they want is control. They enjoy control. Srila Prabhupada writes in that Rajavidya, they enjoy clashing regimes together, smashing people in war, because that they get pleasure from that. And Srila Prabhupada says, but they'll never be happy that way. They think they're going to be happy that, but there's no happiness in that. But they're in charge right now. And they're in charge because they're being sanctioned by Krishna. They wouldn't be in charge. So they're in charge, but what are they doing? They're really delivery systems for the karma, for the killing fields that dot this whole planet. The 4 billion chickens every year, the unlimited number of cows and calves and bulls, the 43 million abortions every year. These are killing fields, and they're all over the planet. And Mother Nature's getting her revenge. She's getting it. She's getting back now. It's long overdue. And so the Rakshasas think they're in control, but factually speaking, they're just delivery systems because they're being controlled by the modes of material nature like everybody else. So the whole thing is a karmic rollout. It's a whole karmic play. Action, reaction, action, reaction. And Srila Prabhupada said, in such a world, do you think there can be peace and prosperity? Without an iota, one iota of Ishavasha anywhere? So this is all a karmic playback. Why? Why is Krishna allowing it? Because it's a cleansing process. Modern civilization has to undergo a cleansing process so that the Lord Chaitanya's golden age can move on. It's 536 years old right now, and it's pushing. And it's pushing, and the spearhead that used to be there, ISKCON, is faltering. It's faltering. And the BI that was intended to challenge is faltering. So the pathway has to be cleansed for the sincere, honest devotees to be able to move ahead and have a preaching field. It's there already. The Harinams, the book distribution are going on like anything, still in many ways. course, a lot of it's revised books, but nevertheless, this Harinams is going on, preaching is going on, but the sin, the misbehavior, the immorality is so thick. It has to be cleaned. It has to be cleaned up. It's bigger. It's too much. Too much. So that's what this is. It's a cleansing process going on, and people are complaining their sense gratification is being reduced, but that has to be. Sense gratification is being attacked on every level. People are reducing. They have to be forced to reduce sense gratification, which is good in one sense. And it's going to be good for the preaching. It's good now. All we got to do is explain to them how this Maha Mantra will quiet their anxiety, will reduce their anxiety. Like I just read to you earlier what Srila Prabhupada said. He's talking about that side effect of reducing anxiety and bringing peace of mind. That's the first step that comes from chanting. And he says, like I quote, he said, and if they continue this chanting, everything will be clearly understood about spiritual life. But they're ready to get started. So these book distributors, these Harinam people, when they talk to people who are interested, they should tell them, this is for you to take home. The books are already sitting on the shelves. They're all literary incarnations, waiting for the next step. We have to preach to them, not to go to the local temple for the Sunday feast, but to take it home and introduce it in their private life. To practice a few minutes in the morning before they go to work, and 10 minutes of chanting. I mean, it won't take much to get started.
So you're basically confirming what I was thinking, that we're in a war against wokeness right now, pretty much.
We're in a war against Maya, Srila Prabhupada said. Now,
Maya, okay.
Maya is the fellow servant. See, we're not against her. We're against those who are deluded by her potency because they are after sense gratification to be happy. We have to explain that's not going to work. Because we all came in this world for a sense, gratify our own senses and stop using them in Krishna's service. That's why we got material bodies. Spiritual bodies are intended for pleasing Krishna. So material bodies are intended to please ourselves. That's why we have them. All the senses are all arranged, created by Krishna so that we could use them for sense gratification. Because that's what we wanted. And out of love, Krishna is giving us what we want. But he also wants us to really be happy. He wants us really to come home. So we have to explain to people, this is not the way to be actually happy. You have to, first of all, get rid of the anxiety. That's why this planet is called Kunta, the planet of anxiety, versus Vaikuntha, where there's no anxiety. It's anxiety that's the fire, samsara davanali loka. That fire is anxiety. And everybody's on fire here. And we're the only ones who know how to put the fire out.
Yeah.
We know how to do it. All we got to do is convince them to start. Just start it. It's a science. It's a science. Bhakti Yoga is a science. That's the subtitle of Nectar Devotion. The science, the complete science of Bhakti Yoga. Srila Prabhupada said it. We're the greatest scientists. Why? Because we know how to be happy in this world and we know how to get out of it at the same time. We know how to make the best of a bad bargain. And we got to show other people, share with other people this process that Srila Prabhupada has given us. That's all. That's all we need. Okay. So in addition to Harinam, in addition to book distribution, we've got to give them some purpose, some reason for practicing Bhakti Yoga. Transcendental, meditate, like mantra. Man means mind and tra means releasing. This Maha Mantra releases anxiety and fear and doubt from the mind. It's a science. So we're just asking people to experiment, try it, see what happens. Try experiment, that's all. And those people who are willing to try the experiment, they're most fortunate. And they will go on, they can go on as their faith increases, as they learn more about spiritual life, their faith will increase and they'll go to the next step, and the faith increases, they'll go to the next step. It's all a matter of faith. And these people don't want to place their faith in the wrong place anymore. The good people, the saint section, they've been putting their faith in so many different places, and it hasn't paid off because it's been misplaced. They've got to put their faith at Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet, and what he says, what he writes, and how he instructs to be a human being, be happy at the same time. And nobody knows how to do that. We're the only ones. And we got to share it. We've got to share. Preaching means to share with people what we've learned from Srila Prabhupada. That's all it means. We don't have to be so advanced ourselves. Like Srila Prabhupada said, I may not be perfect, but I could give perfect philosophy. I can give perfect knowledge. And that's our position. We shouldn't think we're perfect, but we should be willing to give perfect knowledge. And guess what? In that way, we become perfect. That's the secret. Preaching is perfection. The other sampradayas never came out of India. They don't, to this day, the other Vaishnava sampradayas remain seated in India. But as Lord Chaitanya, his sampradaya has come out to the rest of the world. And Srila Prabhupada liberated a 5,000-year-old secret, the Maha Mantra. He liberated that from the Indian subcontinent. And nobody had ever done that before. But that's what Lord Chaitanya said. I want my name and my philosophy to be known in every town and village. He wasn't talking about Bengal or Punjab. He was talking about the rest of the world outside of India, where we are. So you see, it's all about faith, and faith begins with us. Faith begins with us. If our faith is strong, our conviction is strong, we can convince other people. That's what preaching means. To have such confidence, such conviction that you can pass it on. See? And people will believe when they hear the truth, if we're convinced about it, when we say it. The more realization we have, the better. Even if we don't, like Srila Prabhupada said, I may not be perfect, but I can give perfect knowledge. We can always preach above our level of understanding. And we can preach at our level of realization, and we can preach beyond that because we have faith in that. Huh? We have Vijnana and we have Jnana. Our Jnana is strong, our Vijnana may not be as strong. But we can talk about the Vijnana platform because we're permitted to do that. But our realization has to be basic. We have to realize who we are, what our identity is, who we're working for, what our purpose in life is. We have to be convinced about that. And that way we can convince other people. We have to rise above the controversies. We have to rise above that. Because controversies are created by people neglecting the order of Srila Prabhupada. That immediately creates a controversy. As soon as someone says something or does something that's contrary to an order or instruction Srila Prabhupada gave us, immediately a controversy is created. We shouldn't swim in a sea of controversy. We have to keep our eye on the target. We have to be thinking how to spread this movement. That is our duty, whatever it takes. It's like you, Gar. You trick people. You tricked them by hook or by crook. You tricked them into letting you speak what they needed to hear. They came for some other reason. They want to hear the other gobbledygook, but you gave them the real truth. So you were popular because they wanted the truth. People looking for truth, but they don't know where to go for it. And you came and said, I got it, I got it. You think I got something else, but I got it, I got it. Listen up, listen up. So you caught them. You caught them sleeping. If they knew what you were going to do, they probably wouldn't let you do it.
Jai Madhava
He said
Prabhu.
that. Srila Prabhupada said, if they knew what I was thinking, they would kill me.
Yes, he did say that.
He did say that.
That's a heavy statement, but he actually said that. Not many devotees know that. If they knew what I
I have
was.
the quote. I have the quote.
Oh, yeah, that's a fact.
I have the
Devotees
day-
don't know about that.
Yeah, I have the day and place he said that. He said a lot of other things too.
That's heavy, but that, I remember I was a brahmachari in the movement when he said that. Most
You have a
stunning.
point. You have a point to make, Jai Madhava? You had your hand up for a long time.
Well, yeah, well, the thing is, our Prabhupada's International Society for Krishna Consciousness, there's no room for wokeness or mundane feminism. This contamination, if it comes into devotees and they get affected by it, and they either directly or indirectly start preaching it, they damage Prabhupada's the preaching. They absolutely damage the preaching, because Prabhupada was, he was magnanimous, but he was also very straightforward. And that's what I always appreciated about him. He didn't budge on his positions. Here in
Absolutely.
Ishopanishad, Mantra 7, in the purport, Prabhupada says, a godless civilization arises from illusion, and the result of such a civilization is lamentation. A godless civilization, such as that sponsored by the modern politicians, is always full of anxieties because it may be crushed at any moment. This is the law of nature. As stated in Bhagavad Gita 7:14, no one but those who surrender at the lotus feet of the Supreme Lord can surpass the stringent laws of nature. Thus, if we wish to get rid of all sorts of illusion and anxiety and create unity out of all our diverse interests, we must bring God into our activities. So these wokeness, feminism, whatever, BLM, they have nothing to do with God. It's totally, we should have nothing to do with that in our preaching. We shouldn't indirectly or directly incorporate it into our preaching, because then we damage Prabhupada's message.
In our future meeting soon, I have a list of thick papers about Srila Prabhupada's comments on no compromise.
Exactly.
I think I should read some of these statements that Srila Prabhupada makes sometime in the future, whenever there's time, about what he said about compromise.
That's so dangerous.
He was so staunch, but he was reasonable, and he gives reason why we can't compromise. Why it won't help them, it won't help us. But when you hear him talk about compromise, you realize how close we are at any time to compromising. You see, because we're not pure yet. We're not pure devotees yet. And there's 81. This is something to keep in mind. There's 81 different kinds of Mishra Bhakti. Now, Mishra Bhakti means mixed bhakti. So in one sense, we're mixed. But there's 81 different kinds of mixed bhaktas. And in my humble opinion, that those 81 different kinds are heavily manifest today, more so than when they were Srila Prabhupada was here. Those divisions have become more manifest. It's so complicated. And the way how these divisions arrived at, you take the 9 processes of devotional service and you mix them with the modes of material nature. And you come out with 81 different mixes.
Well, because my understanding of being a Prabhupada disciple myself is that at the very least, my responsibility to Srila Prabhupada in my life is to defend him and what he said. Even if it's not politically correct or unpopular, I mean, I have to do it in a way that's, I don't want to offend people, but I have to defend Prabhupada's exact words and the instructions he gave us, even when devotees start talking complete nonsense and they use Prabhupada's words to misrepresent him. That's what really upsets me.
It's harder.
And cherry pick his words.
Yeah. It's harder to defend.
It's terrible.
Srila Prabhupada. It's harder to defend Srila Prabhupada amongst devotees than it is to preach to non-devotees.
Yeah.
It's like what Prabhupada said, how can you wake up a sleeping man that's pretending he's sleeping? Or how do you preach to the Indians that think they were born from, I'm not criticizing Indians, but how do you preach to the Indian people when they were raised in some 50% God consciousness, and they were raised in Bhagavad Gita, but by some Mayavadi sannyasi, and you're trying to, they already think they understand everything, but they understand it wrongly.
Well, you see,
You see the point I'm trying to make?
I see. They're born Krishna conscious.
Right.
What happens is that is covered over. See, that what you're talking about is the covering. It may be political, it may be philosophical, it may be impersonal, and maybe their schooling, it may be the imitation of the West, all the many different coverings to that
Lot of-
50%. They're
yeah.
going 50%. And my humble opinion is it's not, it's just skin deep. It doesn't, you don't have to go very deep to hit that 50%. It's there, but it's covered over. They even came to this country to get more covered.
Actually,
Yeah.
Prabhupada gave one analogy. He said, us Westerners, we're like old crows. And old crows, they've been eating garbage from the garbage dump for a long time. So they become disgusted with the garbage from the garbage dump. And that's us Westerners that have come from this culture. But he said, but the Indians that come to the West, he said, they're like new crows, and new crows eat more garbage. No offense.
Perfect, Gaurav Prabhu. Perfectly said, Gaurav Prabhu.
You're echoing like crazy, Rahul. I don't know. You
Oh,
sound like you're in
okay,
a
okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, Gaurav Prabhu said it perfectly.
Okay. Yeah, and I don't want to offend any of the Indians. I mean, many Indians they come here and they become inspired in their Krishna consciousness like they never did in India when they meet devotees, Prabhupada's followers. So that's an interesting trick of Krishna
Yes.
because the children of the Grahasta is the treasure of the Grahasta, and they can see how the Western non-culture can just devour their children. So they appreciate, that there are devotees there that will help them to preserve their culture and save their children from becoming outright materialists.
Srila Prabhupada wrote me in a letter that how much he appreciated that my wife was having a Sunday school for the Indian boys from 7 to 12, I think it was. He was so pleased, and you are giving them their culture, he said.
Nice.
And when the mothers and fathers would come, she had arranged that they would be doing arti out and outside to some deities, and the parents would come and see their children. And they were so pleased to see they're being taught these things.
Our god sister Sangita Devidasi in Philadelphia, her and another god sister, I can't remember the rest of her name, something Vasini. They developed a whole Sunday school curriculum. I used to do Sunday school myself. Bhakti Mark Swami handed over 40 kids to me when he became the president of our local temple. And I thought, wow, 40 kids, what am I going to do? Because they were like from 5 years old to 15 years old.
Yeah.
So I got two Indian ladies that like kids, one to take charge of the older girls, another one to take care of the little tiny tots, and I took the older boys, and we all, would arrange to do little dramas for Govardhan Hill, or I would get the boys to learn bhajans. And one Indian gentleman came to me, one congregational member. He said, Gaura Prabhu, I feel embarrassed to tell you this, but sometimes after a week of working, I don't want to go to the temple. But my son, he's telling me, no, Pita, you have to take me. We only have two more rehearsals before we have to perform at Govardhan Puja. You must take me to the mandir. So he was thanking me. The kids were dragging their parents to the temple. So even McDonald's knows this. If you take care of the kids with Ronnie McDonald, the murderous clown, and lots of slides, and they have a room full of balloons or whatever, then once you got the kids, then you got the grahastas, you got the whole family, right?
Yeah, we had them putting on plays at the temple room in front of all the guests, the young students, and they had made little costumes, and they were so into the roles they were playing. Very convincing, very convincing. And the guests were so appreciative. They were pastimes, making plays of pastimes. And I remember one group of boys, they loved the pastime of Nrsingadev. That one boy who played Nrsinga was so convincing. It was, anyway.
One time Prabhupada saw devotees putting on the Nrsingadev play, and Prabhupada said, and Mr. Ranyakashipu, he has played his part very well.
He said, And Mr. Hiranyakashipu, he has played his part very nicely. Everybody clapped. I remember that.
When Prabhupada saw the kidnapping of Rukmini play, he said the play was even better than the book.
He saw the Vaikuntha players in India put on a play for him. He told them after the play, he said, "You are all going back to Godhead."
Wow.
Oh,
Mother Janava was there, Nanda Kishore was there, and other devotees were there, and they were good. I mean, they had costumes. I mean, costumes are still around. They had costumes that were beautifully done. I mean, really nice costumes. Like now they have so many costumes made in India, dresses for the deities in this country. But these were all made, also they had them made in India. And they were really good. When someone dressed up the role, they had the clothing. So they put on a very nice play. They had all those, they had all the backdrops and they had all the paraphernalia. And Srila Prabhupada really appreciated it. He said, only devotees can play these parts.
Prabhupada himself played Advaita Acharya. He said people were crying when they saw it. He's saying that's how good the drama should be. You bring people to tears.
Yeah, he was surprised at that. He looked when he saw them crying, he was thinking, oh, they're crying. It wasn't like, planned that way. But they lose themselves in the roles they play. There's potency there. There's potency. When you take the part of an acharya or you take the part of an incarnation and you understand the part and you do it with enthusiasm, it becomes very convincing. It's like you become like an embodiment of that pastime. And so these children, innocent children, they can do that. There's less false ego, they let it go and they can identify so closely. So, and then the actor, that's what an actor does. An actor acts in such a way that he forgets himself and just completely thinks of himself as the character.
I just want to check with Sevananda Prabhu. Sevananda Prabhu, were you at Henry Street when Srila Prabhupada put on the kidnapping of Rukmini play? Did you see it? Were you there with Prabhupada?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Every time he came, the Vaikuntha players would put on a huge play. At least one big one. Every time. Well, there are famous pictures of that. Prabhupada absolutely loved it. He loved the plays. He says it's the best preaching, and that quote, it's better than the book. The play is better than the book. That was a famous one. The Sita Ram, one year they performed Ramayana, where Lakshman cut the nose off of Shurpanaka. He cut the mustache off of Rukmini's brother.
Rukma.
Prabhupada cracked up. He laughed out loud. He cracked up. He loved it. Yeah.
Not only that, but non-devotees were coming to the temple as off-Broadway. People were coming there to see the plays.
Yeah, well, that was later. Yeah, but those plays started early, like 70, 71, 72, especially 72. They really kicked off. Whereas off-Broadway, that was 55th Street. That was a little bit later.
Yeah, but the point is they were appreciated. They put on the same.
Oh, sure, because they were good.
Yeah.
They even hired professional karmi directors and teachers. They took regular classes. They started at Henry Street.
Right.
Before they moved to 55th Street, they started in Brooklyn at the Henry Street Temple, where they had a teacher come once a week and give drama classes.
Huh.
They really got into it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they were excellent. Many, many, many. I was in contact with Prajapati for years and years, and because I wanted to find the scripts, the old drama, the scripts for the different plays. and he never wanted to talk about it. And I finally found out they were lost in a fire in Girinagari. That fire in Girinagari. All of the original scripts were lost.
No, but Radha Damodar Prabhu, he saved many of them, and then they're in the archives. I don't know if they're exactly the same ones you're speaking of, but there's
Not
many.
according to Prajapati.
Okay.
Not according to Prajapati, who just passed away last year. Yeah, like if you try to tell a simple play, which Prabhupada gave to us, like Big Fish, Little Fish. Okay. Young devotees in the temple, they've been around for 20 years. They've never heard of it.
Right.
They never heard of some of these plays. You put your money, put your money in the wrong bank account. That's another one that came from Prabhupada. No one's ever heard of it.
I know.
Yeah, very sad.
Here's Prabhupada at Henry Street, I think it's 72. Can you see it here? Prabhupada sitting, I think that's Gora Hari.
Yes.
Yeah, and he's watching the kidnapping of Princess Rukmini. There's Bhumi Devi, I think, isn't up here.
And
Prabhupada's really enjoying. You can see the expression on his face.
It says Janardana.
Here he is again.
There's Prabhupada. And just next to him is Mohanananda standing.
Look.
Red hair, Mohanananda. Then there's Janardhan by Karna Swami. Then there's Tosan Krishna. In between those two is Yamaraj, just passed away 2 years ago.
Right.
Baladev Bijabu, Nitai Das. Then then is Romapad sitting there next to Gora Hari. Then Radha Ballabha. Then Jadwaita. Then straight behind Radha Ballabha is Pradyumna Panditji. And the list goes on and on.
Wonderful. You were there. You shared that with Srila Prabhupada.
Oh, yeah.
That moment.
Well, this was 73, actually, because you can see Bali Mardan with his back of his head sitting here on this side of Prabhupada's rocking chair, and he's wearing white. So this was 73.
We used to do street theater too. Did you ever see
Yeah, the Vaikuntha players, they became so good that they would travel to other temples around America for festivals, and they would perform these skits. It's a short play, skit, on the streets. The public loved it. They loved it.
I heard they did. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. In fact, when I joined in 1970, already it was common practice in small centers to perform a skit at the Sunday feast. Every Sunday. Every Sunday. That's where we all learned half a dozen little plays. And the younger devotees, they never heard of them. You know,
I heard
the first Sunday I lived in the temple, I played a drug dealer in Big Fish, Little Fish.
I heard one that they would do is the one about the drowning man and the social care worker, and then some devotee would go out on the street in New York and start shouting, "Help! Help! I'm drowning! I'm drowning!" And then a crowd would start gathering around. What's going on? What's going on? And then the social worker would say, "I'll save him! I'll save him!" And then he pretends to row out there, and he takes his coat and he drags his coat back to shore and leaves the drowning man out there. And then they give like the moral of the story, how we're not here just to save the body, but we're here to save the soul. And what a great way of preaching! But I saw that. That's been lost. Oh, you saw that,
it was amazing. It was unbelievable. It shocked people. Yeah, I saw it in New York.
And sometimes the crowd would applaud if they understood. They would applaud.
Absolutely.
That's been lost.
Is what you're describing here is a cultural movement that Srila Prabhupada introduced. He introduced transcendental art. He introduced transcendental plays. He introduced not just books and Harinam, but he introduced a whole culture, drama, a particular way of drama, a particular art transcendent art, which had never been in the West before. These kinds of dramas had never been. So Srila Prabhupada introduced a whole culture here, not just the philosophy. He introduced all this himself. And he's the one who got it started and the one who encouraged it, because he's explaining this as a cultural movement. There's a whole culture behind his teachings. Vedic culture, real Vedic culture, Sanatana Dharma, real Vedic culture, real science, real culture, real art. He was introducing reality in so many different layers and ways. It's not just a simple thing like street chanting or book to, but there's a whole culture he was introducing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard that in
Absolutely.
I read in the book of Servant of the Servant, written by Tamal Krishna Maharaj, his memoirs, and he's describing how Vishnu John Swami used to put on puppet shows every Sunday. People would love, they'd look forward to it. They'd come. It's like, special entertainment. You're going out for for a night at the Hare Krishna temple. And Prabhupada said, we have so many festivals, we can have a different festival every week. And then he described one which I've never heard of before, called the Dadi Makhan butter churning festival, which I've never seen done in ISKCON, but Prabhupada was just showing the potential there, the possibilities. Every week could be like an extravaganza.
The other thing he introduced was dioramas.
That was Bhaktisiddhanta.
He very much favored dioramas. He liked sculpture. He liked dioramas, art, and I mean, it was a whole program he was introducing at one time. And a lot of it has been sort of like, I don't know, passed over, but it was important to him to introduce not just, like he said, when the devotees first went to India, they were doing Harinams and they were being very well received. But he went there and he stopped them. He said, they will think we're dancing white elephants. He said, first we have to give them the books. Books have to be there as a cultural basis, you see. So then he said, after our books are born, then you may go and have these big Harinams. So he was quite aware of what it would take anywhere on the planet.
Yet also, I'm thinking of the devotees going through the streets of Baroda and Gujarat. I'm sure you've seen the photo, Kaushalya, maybe Revati Nandan, Hangsadura, and the local Gujaratis are just showering the devotees with flowers like crazy.
Yes, and he stopped it.
Huh.
He stopped that. It was after that he stopped and said, "He will think we're just the dancing white elephants."
Wow.
So we need the books. When the books,
I heard the recording of that exact same quote. It was talking to a friendly life member who was a big supporter and he was in Hyderabad. Prabhupada was talking to him. And he was revealing his mind, saying, I'm concerned about this. I brought these Western devotees over here and having big Harinam and like you just mentioned. And but I'm afraid, that the skin disease is everywhere. And they will simply conclude that, oh, this is simply white man dancing religion. White man dancing religion. And then as Prabhupada is talking to his life member friend, Indian man, and he says, and when it comes to skin disease, we Indians own the tanning factory.
That was Dr. Patel?
No, not Patel. This was in Hyderabad. Patel was only in Bombay.
Okay.
But anyway, I've shared that Leela, that memory, with a couple of Indian gentlemen who are quite pious. I mean, they support temples, they preach, everything. They don't like it. They're offended. They don't believe and trust and love Prabhupada enough to believe it. There's so much fixed on the bodily platform that when you tell them that Prabhupada told his Indian friend that, I'm worried about this skin disease and my white Western devotees dancing in public Sankirtan, that they will simply say, this is a white man dancing religion. And when it comes to skin disease, we Indians own the tanning factory. Oh my God. Both times I told that to Indian devotees, 20-year devotees. They were offended and visibly disturbed.
Actually, you're reminding me of, I was asked to preach at a local satellite temple here in the area, made up of, God Brothers disciples, and all, 100% Indian devotees except for myself. I was the only white face in the crowd. And I was trying to jack them up a bit, and I was saying, when the day comes that we see that 50% of the faces here are, either Caucasian or of different cultures other than just Indian devotees, then we know we're really preaching Krishna consciousness. And then afterwards, the devotee who was a disciple of our godbrother came up to me and he said, "Oh, Gora Prabhu, I'm sorry, we're not the right skin color for you." And I thought, he totally didn't get it. He totally missed it. Of course, we love the Indians. Prabhupada said they're our greatest allies. Had the Indians not stepped in, maybe ISKCON would have collapsed, because thousands of Prabhupada's disciples got chased out of ISKCON. So they stepped forward to foot the bill. They've helped to keep it together for us. But for them to think that Gujaratis are only meant to preach to Gujaratis, or Punjabis are meant to just take care of the Punjabis, that's not what Prabhupada taught, right, Rupanuga Prabhu?
Yeah. A certain kind of looking down the nose toward the west from India. But
It's not only, it's true looking down on us. You got young devotees, not our generation, young men devotees that are openly referring to Western devotees as mlechas and yavanas now.
Wow.
But I'll tell you something about Indians bodied people, because I did life membership in India and many, many places in Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Singapore, Philippines. And I'll tell you what, it's hard to find anybody more on the bodily platform, skin disease, than they are. If you go to Mayapur and you talk to some various groups, various Indian bodied devotees, I'm talking initiated devotees, they all come and complain to me that the Gujaratis are taking over the temples. You don't know what it's like for us. I say, I don't know, huh? Yeah, I kind of know also. Yeah, because the Gujaratis were the first and the most pious group who came to support, who saw some parallels between them and us, and they were the first. They were the first and the most pious group of the Indians. But the other Indians complained about the Gujaratis. What to speak of us Westerners, What can you do? When it comes to skin disease, we Indians own the tanning factory.
Well, Srila Prabhupada said the Gujaratis were the best cooks.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yes, he said this is the best food in the world, and they've been offering to Krishna for hundreds of years. And yeah, he said that. And they were on Sankirtan, traveling Sankirtan, back when nobody did traveling Sankirtan. It was the Gujaratis who owned the motels who we first discovered, who would be occasionally, quite often, supportive and friendly, whereas the other Indians pretty much did not.
The Motel Patels, we used to call
Patel Motel.
That's right.
No, because they're famous
That's
for
right.
their hospitality. And from that program, we've developed Motel Gita, which I've done in the area here between here and Detroit.
Yes.
When I've gone out on Christmas marathon, I'll go and I'll meet a Mr. Patel running a Patel Motel, and I'll say, just as you have Gideon's Bible in all the motel rooms, so I've come to bring Bhagavad Gita. Can I order? How many rooms do you have here? 24. Okay, can we order you a case of Bhagavad Gitas, and we'll put them, and some have told me, oh yes, I put some in once before and people take them home. I said, very good, I'll provide you with more. So when Vaisheshika Prabhu was here, he got thousands and thousands of Bhagavad Gitas. He got like $10,000 worth of Gitas sponsored, paid for by the Indian community, so that we can put them for free in motel rooms, hospitals, universities, etc.
Yes, Motel Gita. Yeah. Yeah, they were the first, most pious group, the Gujaratis. But it just struck me that even a 20-year-old ISKCON initiated devotee, leader of a local temple,
Yeah.
could
But I-
not accept that statement from Prabhupada that, between two Indian-bodied souls, devotees, saying that, when it comes to skin disease, we Indians own the tanning factory. I mean, it blew my mind, and I thought my mind was pretty much beyond being blown at that point, but it wasn't. It blew my mind twice.
So as Srila Prabhupada would say, this brings us to the point of reasoning. So why is this? Because their pride and reasonable. It's reasonable because that pride of Indian civilization is so far superior. That civilization is so far superior to anywhere else on the planet.
Yes.
It's clearly understand that why there's a pride, but also note the same problem is there. How to understand we're not these bodies. It always boils down to skin disease, whether it's Indian, American, or whatever. It's not so easy to understand we're not the bodies. That's the biggest problem in the whole planet. Everybody's their body. And we're learning that in spite of all, our preaching all these years, there's a lot of that conception of I'm this or I'm that, I'm this or I'm that. So that proves it's not so easy. But that's second chapter Bhagavad Gita. But we see that that's called Vijnana. But we may not have that Vijnana, but we can still preach. You see, that's the whole point. Even though we may not fully understand our spiritual nature, we can still preach. Even though we may preach beyond our realization, we have to do it. Because that's the way we'll catch up to that point. We had to preach about that too. But the biggest problem on the planet today is that everyone's identifying with the body as the self. And that's the cause of all the fighting. That's the cause of all the stresses. There's no conception of oneness, of Ishavasha. It's just not there. And even amongst devotees, this country, that country, it's still there, very strong.
Yeah.
And there's only one way that I can understand how to relieve that. And that is to hear it from Srila Prabhupada, who is on such a transcendental platform. The sound vibration he makes is coming down to us. You see? And we have to hear that. That is the liberating trick that Krishna has played to his pure devotee. The transcendental sound is purifying. So listening to Srila Prabhupada, reading his books, will free us from all these material conceptions. And that has to be stressed. That should have been stressed more than ever after Srila Prabhupada disappeared, in order to hold the movement together. Because up until then, we didn't care about these different things. We all worked together. We worked with people we never even meet out there. We associated with people that we would, from different levels of economy, that we would never even known. But because of Srila Prabhupada, we were meeting and working together in his service. See, that's what kept us together. It was Srila Prabhupada's service. We were doing it for Srila Prabhupada, the founder Acharya, our spiritual master. That's what we did. We did it for him. When Srila Prabhupada starts to be removed a bit or reduced a bit, that connection is stretched. It's stretched. And that's the only thing that held us together, was a common denominator of pleasing Srila Prabhupada. That held everybody together, never matter what they came from, how much education they had, what their previous material education, what their religion was. It didn't matter.
Didn't matter.
That all these material conceptions were easily set aside by the enthusiasm we got from Srila Prabhupada. It was contagious.
Mhm.
The reason that it was contagious is because he was the center of it. He was the center of all of it. We did it all for him. There's no reason. Listen to this. There's no reason for that to change, because all it was from Bapu to Bani, that's all. Srila Prabhupada went from Bapu to Bani. It's still Srila Prabhupada. He's still tangible. He's still with us. He's right here and now. That should have been taught from the day one. Devotees should have been trained and led how to transition from Srila Prabhupada Vapu and Vani to Srila Prabhupada Vani alone. But that's where he went. He never went anywhere. He just changed his form from Vapu to Vani. That's all. But because we're hung up on the space-time continuum of time and space and this and that, we didn't get it. You know, that Srila Prabhupada didn't go anywhere. He just changed his form. And this form, he always considered more important. All along, he always warned us, he said, don't take the Vapu, it's temporary, a few years, and it'll be gone forever. He said that, it'll be gone forever. You see? But it remains with us in his deity form. He's the most photographed personality in history. We got plenty of photographs. We got dozens and dozens of books. We've got so many videos. I mean, can you imagine if Lord Jesus Christ had one photograph available? We've got thousands of photographs to Prabhupada. And we can hear him. We listen to his bhajans. Why? Because we need to hear the sound of love of God. That's what it is. We have to learn to hear the sound of love of God. And we have to read the books and understand the truth, the absolute truth. You see, the whole thing still revolves around Srila Prabhupada. It all still does.
Yes.
And that is the realization that leaders have to have. They have to understand who's the leader, who's the real leader. Like when I remember 75, the Rath Yatra festival. So my wife to be, she was Brahmacharini there, and she was distributing books along with the crowds. So one lady walked up to her and said, "Who's your leader? Who's your leader?" And she pointed up to me sitting up in the car because I was the GBC. She said, "No, not him. I mean the leader. Where's your leader?" so she had to say, "Oh," and point out Srila Prabhupada. See, so that's the point. We can't replace Srila Prabhupada. We can't be the new leaders. We can't be a replacement for Srila Prabhupada. We have to keep him in his place. We have to worship him in his place. We have to acknowledge his place. We have to reveal him to others from his position. But people have to understand that we're simply transparent mediums for Srila Prabhupada. We're nothing. We're not nothing. We just give whatever we've learned from him to others. That's all. That's all. So what's happening is that Srila Prabhupada's position is not what it's supposed to be.
Exactly.
What it really is not being known to new devotees. It's not being known to new people.
That's it.
It's not being taught.
It's not being taught.
That's exactly the problem.
It's not
That
being
is
taught.
serious.
It's not being taught. But you know what? It's our real opulence. Our real opulence is Srila Prabhupada. He is our real prized possession. He's our real jewel. And we're supposed to share that with everybody else. Without changing
It's like
it.
the transcription of Prabhupada's lectures. We were talking about that last month, that there are like, I don't know, 7 volumes, big, thick, hardbound books of lectures, transcribed and then printed in book form.
Yeah,
and we were looking at
Bhagavad Gita lectures, 7 volumes. And 11 volumes is Bhagavatam.
Collected Teachings, Volume 1. I forget. Collected Teachings, Unedited, Unabridged, Complete Archival Collector's Edition, Volume 1. But they appear to be letters and lectures. These are lectures. Lectures.
What date was that printed? What's the printing date?
Okay, I'll show you. I'll tell you in a second. This was first printed in 1994. First edition, only 1,250 copies.
What's the latest?
Now, my
date?
point, my point is, when you preach around the world in these countries where people don't understand English, they can't listen to a Prabhupada lecture. They need this book to translate into their own language. But this book is not being printed. This is one of the most rare books in the world to buy. Since 1994, I mean, this is a newly purchased book about 3 months ago. And it still goes back to 1994, and it's only 1,250 copies. And it was purchased 3 months ago.
Where'd you get it?
I got it from the quasi-temple president here at Taipei, Taiwan.
Oh, you're
He,
really
he
lucky.
bought he
Wow.
bought the whole set, 7 volumes.
Let's see
You
the
can
cover.
see-
Oh yes, I've got them. I bought it from Brahmananda.
Well, they're extremely rare because
know.
Brahmananda probably has he and Gargamuni probably reprinted. My point is, it's not being taught. Knowledge of Prabhupada and his Vani is not being taught. That's why devotees don't know him enough. They don't understand and respect him enough. They don't love him enough. That's why they don't care too much when you quote a Leela or a teaching from Srila Prabhupada. It goes right back to this.
I recently put that comment up in a local Facebook group, temple group, that Rupanuga Prabhu says, the only reason we have problems in ISKCON is we don't love Srila Prabhupada enough. They kicked me out of the group and they deleted my post and they said, we prefer to present the GBC in a favorable light. I didn't say anything about the GBC. I just said all our problems are because we don't love Prabhupada enough. And as a result of that, they kicked me completely out.
Right. You mentioned that before. That's the problem. It's not being taught intentionally from the top coming down. It's not being taught. That's why the devotees don't learn. They're not even interested in trying to translate these lectures transcribed in English, translated into Chinese or other languages. Nobody's interested. No one's working on that. GBCs are not working on it. They got so many people that could be working on it, 24/7. Nobody cares. Nobody seems to notice.
Listen, just one section. I'm out of Prabhu. I'll finish very quickly. About 10 years ago, I put up ads on Facebook that there was approximately 50 cassettes, 50 lectures in Hindi and also in Bengali. That
Hundreds in Bengali.
After 47 years, had still not been translated, and some of our gurus have tens of thousands of disciples. I even went to visit one of those gurus, and he was too busy handing out ladus and touching his disciples on the head. I wasn't able to get in a word with him. But I'm thinking, how is it that 47 years since Prabhupada was here passes by, and we've got 50, 60 lectures that are still not translated from Hindi and Bengali? Like, hello.
Yeah.
Madhava, you want to say? Go ahead.
Even more than that, because I was in Mayapur at the time when you were there and you were telling me about it.
Oh yeah. Jai Madhava, you wanted to say something, Prabhu? Jai Madhava?
Yeah, hold on.
You want to say something?
Well, it's just apparent to me after all these years, the zonal acharya problem is alive and well within the movement. It's not gone.
Yes.
It's just taken a different form. Maybe a more user-friendly form. But the fact of the matter is, the devotees are not. They're losing all this Prabhupada nectar, and it doesn't even faze them one bit. Can you imagine? Here's an example. Can you imagine if in Christianity they found the more of the words of Jesus Christ, and people would be like, wow. I mean, you've actually, because Jesus Christ said a lot of stuff, but not all of it was recorded. But if they found something more, people would be elated. At least some of them would be. But apparently within the movement, our Srila Prabhupada, although he's given the title, the founder Acharya, I'll tell you, I just like the other day, I was talking to Sevananda, and I was looking at the Facebook site of Bhaktivedanta Manor, and Prabhupada's name is at the very bottom in small letters. You'd miss it if you didn't even see it. It was on the very bottom of the page. No picture of Srila Prabhupada. And a couple of years ago also with the Philadelphia Temple, because I'm from Philadelphia, on their webpage, there was Prabhupada's picture wasn't there and his name wasn't even there. And I emailed the temple president. I said, what is this? You don't even put Prabhupada's picture or name at the top of the letterhead of the official webpage of ISKCON Philadelphia. Well, why? You're not even following what was, passed as a GBC law, that you have to put Prabhupada's name as the founder of
Right.
Charya and his picture on the very top of every ISKCON temple. And it wasn't there for years. And I said, and he corrected it. But I really got on his case. I said, I'm originally from Philadelphia. You're not even doing this? What's with that? And another point I want to make. When I first went to India in 1978, after Prabhupada left the planet, I went through Afghanistan. And then my first stop was, I went to UK and then I went to Afghanistan. But when I landed in England, I met our godbrothers, some of our godbrothers, who actually came previously from the Muslim religion. And I was so happy to meet them. I was like, over the top. I was like, this is wonderful. We're truly an international society. People from all backgrounds, previous religions, races have joined Prabhupada's movement. Now, fast forward 40 years later, I'm trying to preach to some of the Indian devotees to preach to Muslims, and they're horrified that I would even bring up the topic. In other words, they just, they have this, block because of what the Muslims did to the Indians in India. I'm not saying all Indian devotees are like that, but I had a real problem trying to convince them that, okay, you're preaching to the Indians and you're doing this and this and that in the West. But why don't you reach out to the other people? Reach out to the Muslims in America. Reach out to the blacks in America. And they just didn't get it. So there is some residual racism there. I'm sorry. So when I joined, I was happy to see Prabhupada's disciples coming from all races, creeds, nationalities, and even ages. Because Rupanuga said he joined when he was 27. I know there were some godbrothers in early 70s that joined. There were that joined even older than Rupanuga, and I met them. I can't remember their names, but when I met them, I was so happy to see them. And this mood is somewhat not the same anymore. It's changed. That's the point I wanted to make.
Okay, I made the accusation, I'll make it again. It's all due to a lack of love for Srila Prabhupada.
Yeah,
If there was love for
it's so
Srila
sad.
Prabhupada, he would be prominent. He would be prominent. He would. It's not just worshiping. Guru Puja. That's very important. But that's why he started that. He didn't want to be lost in the crowd. He started that. But there's more to it. Is how we approach the people outside. See, just like I was preaching to one devotee who's a healer, who's a energy healer. I told her, I said, things will change. Things will change for a person when you tell them, I'm going to tell you who my teacher is, because they have faith in you. They have to find out who got your inspiration from. That's Srila Prabhupada. Everybody has to point to Srila Prabhupada to say, he's behind me. He's the one who inspires me. Not that we are coming up as so inspirational, so realized, and so advanced ourselves. But as long as we remain nothing compared to Srila Prabhupada, then we'll understand more about Srila Prabhupada and how to preach about him. This is a personal movement. We have to make Srila Prabhupada is the world acharya. He's come to replace other icons like Einstein, like Shakespeare, like Gandhi, like Marx. He's come to replace these people as the real universal teacher. Not a politician, not a scientist, but actually all of them purely. You see, so he is the world icon. The people don't know it yet. But when that happens, first of all, it has to happen in his own movement. Has to be there. It has to be revived. If ISKCON's going to be revived, it's going to be because Srila Prabhupada is back in the center. Otherwise, it's going the route of the Gaudiya Math. The reason it's not faster is because ISKCON is much larger. Gaudiya Math was confined practically 50 of the temples of the 64 were in Bengal, whereas Srila Prabhupada's movement is all over the planet. So it's taken a longer time for his displacement. You see,
What was that?
that's the
What was
problem.
that?
That's the problem. Then we have to
What?
learn. And listen. Now it boils down to us. Here we are. We're still alive. We still got to preach. We don't want to get people to think that ISKCON is the only way to understand Srila Prabhupada.
Right.
We have to distribute Srila Prabhupada's knowledge to them, our personal selves. We have to give them the books. We have to explain that this book is written for you. It's not written by an organization. You don't need a superintendent. It's in the purports. Srila Prabhupada is there to instruct you personally in the purport. We have to be ourselves understanding of how to get people to approach Srila Prabhupada directly without thinking they have to go through anyone or any organization. These books are going to go places that are far, far away, practically speaking, for traveling to an ISKCON temple. Already that's the case. And yet people have to have Krishna consciousness. They have to have it. There may not be a local temple, but they have to understand where Krishna consciousness is coming from. And anybody who thinks, either inside or outside the movement, that they can get to Krishna without Srila Prabhupada, they're illusioned. They are illusioned. Everyone on this planet who wants to go to Krishna has to go through Srila Prabhupada. There's no other way. If you want to go, maybe you can get to Vaikuntha, maybe you can go to Vaikuntha through some of the Vaishnava Sampradayas in India. But if you want to go to Krishna Loka, which is what Srila Prabhupada always talked about, we want to take the Vaikuntha Express to Krishna Loka. We want to join the family, Krishna's family. He never talked much about Vaikuntha. I mean, Vaishnava's Vaikuntha, that's, I'm not criticizing. I'm saying, where did Srila Prabhupada put his emphasis? His emphasis were on the pastimes of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And some was describing about the Vaikuntha and what's going on there, but very little. We know very little, actually, what's going on in Vaikuntha. We know very little about what service they have on veneration, but what does that mean? See?
Yeah.
So we have the topmost knowledge of the Supreme Personality of Godhead for a reason. And that reason is we're supposed to go there. We're supposed to qualify ourselves to go there. And the best qualification is to spread Srila Prabhupada's teachings in an honest, direct way. At the same time, getting people to understand more about who Srila Prabhupada is and what he's done, historically what he's done. Think about it. He liberated a secret mantra that was hidden in the subcontinent of India for 5,000 years. And he brought it out in 1965. The Maha Mantra was liberated from India, where it was closed up. It was like closed up there. It was only known there, not a little bit outside, but not like what Srila Prabhupada did. He brought it out purely. Purely. He wasn't chanting it. He wasn't chanting it like another song or something. He brought it out in its true deep meaning. In other words, form versus substance. If we give them the substance, the form will naturally take place. And it naturally will take place in their personal lives. It will manifest. The substance will manifest in their personal lives. You see, we cannot reconstruct ISKCON. We don't have the votes, we don't have the money, we don't have the wherewithal, whatever. We can go on criticizing and understanding what's happened, but we have to do something about it. We have to let people understand who Srila Prabhupada is. We have to make it known. Srila Prabhupada needs to be advertised. His message. I mean, people already approach certain people like that as teachers, as world teachers, as you know, people that know something about the world. There's a long list of people who are looked at like that. When Srila Prabhupada is seen to be the universal teacher that he is, then we will be successful. Nobody, Vaishnavas included, can touch anywhere near what Srila Prabhupada taught. Nobody on this planet understands the Chinta Veda Veda Tattva but Srila Prabhupada. I want to show you this picture. Srila Prabhupada was asked, Ramananda asked Srila Prabhupada why he had this picture, why he was worshiping this picture. And Srila Prabhupada said, this is the idea of a Chinta Veda Veda Tattva. And here it is.
Shugala Kishore. Shugala Kishore.
This is
Yes.
something.
You're talking, we can't see it.
There you go.
Thank you.
See? And this was
Prabhupada always carried that with him. He always carried a copy of that.
Yeah, this is
Jugala Kishore.
So that's what he's giving. Nobody else is doing that. Nobody else explains this. And this is highly advanced Vaishnava philosophy.
Yes.
Radha and Krishna merging together to become Lord Chaitanya. I mean, that's our movement.
Yes. The Gaudiya Vaishnavas are the only ones that even accept that. The other Sampradayas don't. We're the only ones that accept Radha and Krishna combined and become Lord Chaitanya.
Right. But the thing is, Lord Chaitanya is the Yuga avatar.
He's the Yuga avatar, and his guru was Ishvara Puri and then Madhava Puri. I mean,
Yuga Dharma is
Yeah.
Harinam.
they're behind the times, man. They came at a different time in history, different mission. But yeah, Gaudiya Vaishnava Sampradaya is extraordinarily special and exclusive and unique. Is very different than the others.
That's why Srila Prabhupada said Lord Chaitanya took birth in this Sampradaya. Why? Because Radha and Krishna were worshipped.
Right.
Actually, two spiritual masters before Lord Chaitanya appeared, only Krishna was worshipped in our Sampradaya without Mother Radharani. It was Madhavendra Puri who introduced Mother Radharani into our Sampradaya.
Yes.
And he was a spiritual master of Ishvara Puri, who was a spiritual master of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So that was pretty close to the time that Lord Chaitanya appeared, that Mother Radharani appeared first. That's why he chose this movement. That's why he chose the Sampradaya. And so it's not, you see, it's not a question of getting puffed up about it, that we're the chosen few. It's a burden, it's a responsibility. It's like a blessing. It's not something to look down our noses at everybody else, you see, because it makes us everybody's servants, because we've got the knowledge. It's like Srila Prabhupada said, the spiritual master sees himself as a servant because he's responsible to teach these people Krishna consciousness. So he's their servant. He's going to serve them Krishna consciousness. You see? Right? So that there's nothing to be puffed up about it, but we have to realize our mission, and to whom much is given, much is expected. So we're disciples of Srila Prabhupada for a reason. I'm not saying we're not doing it. I'm saying the reason is that we have to spread his teachings somehow or other, unchanged, unadulterated, uncompromised.
Yes.
Now, we have to think about how to do that. How to do that. He told me, he said, we must use every means of media available to preach. He said, we are modern day Vaishnavas. We must use every means. He was so pleased with the preaching we were doing at the on television and radio in New York. He was encouraging me This media is very, but now it's even more important. Can you imagine if we had this when Sri Baba was here? Oh, imagine that. How he could be reaching the whole planet. Sitting in one store, say one chair, he could reach the whole planet. He wouldn't have to travel anywhere. See, that's what we've got in front of us. We've got that facility.
Here you go, Rupanuga Prabhu. Letter to Rupanuga.
What's that?
1971. This program of roving Sankirtan must be executed because it is appropriate for preaching. You may send out advance parties to the cities you propose to visit, etc., to intimate the people you are coming. Your plan to increase our exposure through the media is very nice and completely approved by me. And then in 1971, Bombay 30th, I'm very encouraged by the reports of the tremendous success of your TV and radio programs. As much as possible, try to increase our preaching programs by using all the mass media which are available. We are modern day Vaishnavas, and we must preach vigorously using all means available.
So you see, what's been happening is that, especially since Srila Prabhupada's disappearance, we have been using the media for an in-house mechanism for debating, for communicating, for like Facebook. You know, Facebook's all about somebody revealing their life, you know, all the details, what I do every day, you know, and all these things were originally like a social media. You see, so we've been using it, but it's all been in-house, basically in-house. Now, some gurus, they have their own blogs or whatever, and they're recruiting through that, or they're giving classes to that. That's all well and good. That's all well and good. Nothing wrong with that. But I'm just saying, in terms of Srila Prabhupada's disciples, making it clear to the public who he is, that he's a universal teacher, that his books are intended for everyone, that have nothing to do with your place of birth, they have nothing to do with your religion, your education, nothing. It's completely transcendent knowledge for everyone. See, there's no caste, creed, whatever. Somehow or another, we have to get this across that this person has information for you. It's written for you, intended for you, and not an organization. It's for you. And people are suffering right now because their lives are so much confused. Anyway, I know I'm just talking, but I'm saying that we have the means at our fingertips of how to bring Srila Prabhupada more and more to the people in general. And I'm not an expert on using the media. I'm a computer nitwit, but somebody knows what I'm talking about. Somebody has an idea of how we can spread Srila Prabhupada's glories more. As a person with a contribution to make to humanity. A person who understands the situation, a person who understands the suffering of mankind. And nobody knows better than Srila Prabhupada how people are suffering. They're all thinking they're happy, but he sees right through it. He knows. I remember when I first joined, one thing that struck me early was I understood that everyone was pretending to be happy. No one wanted to admit that they weren't. But I was willing to admit it. I was willing to admit it, that I wasn't happy. And it was so hard to do that, but because everyone likes to believe, and they want everybody else to think they're happy too. It's a big joke. It's a big facade. It's a big play. Everyone's pretending. And they don't want anybody else to understand they're not really happy. Because they don't follow.
They're not really happy. But if you let on that you're not happy, or you even reveal to your friends that you're not happy, then you suddenly are, raining on their parade, and you start getting not invited to their associations and their parties and their discussions.
Yeah, so
You
that's
gotta be, I'm happy, I'm enjoying, I'm a winner. Otherwise, you're not persona non grata. You start getting not invited. It's
Yeah,
material
you're
society.
not going with it, you're not going with the crowd, but that's the Lord in the heart. That's his mercy. Because Srila Prabhupada is his external manifestation. And the duty, the purpose of the Lord of the heart is to direct the spirit soul to spiritual knowledge. That when he sees even the slightest inclination, he makes arrangements, whatever it may be, time and space reversed. He has in charge of time. He can do anything to bring that person to a contact with Krishna consciousness. That's how we all met Srila Prabhupada. We were taken there. We were shown there because we were ready. And there are a lot of ready people out there. They are. And we have to have confidence that Krishna will direct them to us, direct us to them. But listen, when Srila Prabhupada was preaching, there were 5.5, 6 billion people on the planet, and only 4,700 became his disciples. He always said, we're not after quantity, we're after quality. Don't expect this movement to be accepted so widely with applause. We expect very few takers. Because imagine, even Srila Prabhupada was thinking to Lord Krishna, you have sent me here, you wouldn't have sent me here unless you had something for me to do, but I just can't understand how they're going to believe a thing. They're so different. How are they going to, but you sent me, so give me the power to preach. Give me the confidence. If you want me to preach, I'll do it. Just give me the way. And Srila Prabhupada was ready to take on the task. And you're sitting in the boat thinking, what are these people? They have entirely different culture. They come from entirely different education, and they're completely different. Why should they listen to me? Oh, well, Krishna sent me. He sent me here to do it. So it's up to him to give me the power to convince them. So we have to have that same feeling, about Srila Prabhupada and about his teachings. And that I'm saying, when I say there's a lack of love, I don't mean to offend anyone. I'm just saying this is just a symptom. What I'm describing now is a symptom of that lack.
Right, lack of faith, lack of understanding of Prabhupada's status.
Lack of
History.
urgency. Srila Prabhupada
Lack of
urgent.
urgency.
He was always urgent.
Oh, that's a very good point. I always, whenever I sat in front of Srila Prabhupada physically in any lecture, I always, or whatever, listen to his tapes, that his sense of urgency is in every single time he talks. And I have to tell you, I've seen through many lectures, and I don't hear it anymore much. It's almost non-existent now. I'm not just saying this to criticize, I'm saying this as a fact. That sense of urgency is deeply missing that Prabhupada passed to us, because as Prabhupada's disciples, when we went preaching in the 70s, we carried that sense of urgency. Okay, we weren't perfect the way we did it, but we knew that this was an emergency, and Prabhupada impressed upon us the urgency of the situation, and we tried to represent his mood because we're his disciples. And unfortunately, that same mood has been diluted, watered down. That sense of urgency.
Because it hasn't been passed on. You see, we have the power to pass that mood on by our association. We have to find a person or two who can understand this, even if they're the new generation. There are a lot of new generation devotees out there. Like Srila Prabhupada talked about the third generation. Well, there are 13, 14, 15 years old now, the third generation. And they're going to be different than we were, because they're going to be coming, we're converts. They're going to be coming from other planets. They're going to be coming from the whole universe. They're going to be coming to join Lord Chaitanya's movement. They're out there, and they need to hear from us too, to wake up, to understand their mission. But there's a lot of people taking birth now in this movement who have a different agenda than our present leadership. They're being sent here by Krishna. They're coming here because of their past pious activities or their unfinished business, just like Srila Prabhupada said. All these young people being born in this movement are finishing where they left off. So here we are, I'm 27 years old, and take a look at these little kids. They're more advanced than I am because they started much earlier. I'm just starting, for goodness sake, and they're coming from a past life. In my past life, I was killed in a war in Spain. You know what? I don't know where I mean, before that, I don't have any idea where I was. But I understand I'm just a convert. These people are not converts who are taking birth in this movement. They're not converts. They are being sent on purpose. Even Srila Prabhupada said that about some of us. He said, Lord, my Guru Maharaj has sent you to help me.
Oh, I'm convinced of that. When I met Prabhupada's disciples, it was an extraordinary experience. The conviction they had, the sincerity was just right off the charts. And then, of course, after meeting Prabhupada, it all connected even more.
Yeah.
You know, it was Prabhupada's disciples are just astounded me. I'm sorry, I'm not saying this in an egotistical way just because I happen to be a Prabhupada disciple. I just have to put them in a special place because I saw what they gave their blood and tears and youth to Prabhupada, and I personally witnessed them for many years when I was in high school. Their incredible dedication to Prabhupada. I'm sorry, I've not seen that duplicated exactly the same way. I have to put. I'm not trying to, it's not an egotistical thing or a false ego thing. You know, I think I'm better than other younger devotees. No, it's just that I really, I'm very overprotective of my God brothers and God sisters because I saw that the severe sacrifices they made for Prabhupada, and I won't tolerate anybody that says anything bad against any of them. I just can't tolerate it. I can't tolerate it.
See, the myth is, here's the myth. The myth is that the second and third generation can't understand this because they weren't with Shiva. They didn't see Shiva, never saw Shiva. They were born after Shiva had left.
Exactly.
But that's not an excuse. They can get it from us. They can get the same thing we got from Shiva Prabhupada to them through us. But we have to be transparent mediums for that.
Correct.
In fact, the fact that they were born after Shiva Prabhupada disappeared doesn't matter. See, because we're his parts and parts. We're chips off the old block. See?
Yes.
So what it's up to us to give Shiva Prabhupada to others. You see, that's what our duty is, and he can be given through us. You see, and it works just as well as if these people were with him. That's the system. That's the transparency.
Yes, I understand that.
That's the system.
That's the way it
Excuse
works.
me, one quick point. That is why, what you just explained, Rupanuga Prabhu, that is why the Asuras specifically and pointedly arranged for the Prabhupada disciples to be driven out from Srila Prabhupada's house right after he departed, he disappeared, he died. Okay, his body died.
The tiger.
It was planned. It was planned. So we were not around to give siksha and guidance and inspiration to the next generation of those who were not here when Prabhupada walked the earth.
They were private property. They weren't Srila Prabhupada's property. They were private property. But they all belonged to Srila Prabhupada. All of them.
Right.
All the new people belonged to him. Just
And
like
we had a duty and a role to play, but the Asuras arranged that we all got shown the door and kicked out of Prabhupada's house. And that has caused more damage to Srila Prabhupada's mission than anything else I can think of in the history of ISKCON for 55 years.
I'll give one example, just a quick one, and I think Goridas can relate with this. Sometimes a Prabhupada disciple will try to preach to, and I'm going to say this is not with all younger devotees, but it does happen a lot. You'll try to preach to the younger devotees, repeating Prabhupada's statements or something from Prabhupada's books or something from Prabhupada's instructions. And this is just a general statement, but it's happened to me many times, and even Goridas told me it happened to him. Some younger devotees, not all, but some will come back at us like, "You're not my guru." And I'm like, "What?" I thought, it's like, what is he saying? What do you mean? I'm not their guru? I mean, it's this mood. It's a bit offensive, actually. This disrespect toward Prabhupada disciples by some of the devotees. This over familiarity with them, or younger devotees have told me when I tried to repeat Prabhupada's words, "Oh, you guys, you were just a bunch of hippies." But now But no, you were all just a bunch of hippies when you joined, and you're still a bunch of hippies, but we were never hippies, and we're going to do it better than you. And I even had one devotee on Facebook tell me, we're just waiting for you to die. And I was stunned
Wow.
that he would tell me to my face that he was waiting for Prabhupada's disciples to die. And what he said was, we're waiting for Prabhupada's disciples to die so we can do it better than they did it. And I was like, I can't believe this devotee is talking to me like this. I was stunned. And this is an
Well,
initial.
you can hear that in Mayapur all the time.
This is a twice initiated devotee by my godbrother talking to me like this. And I'm like, my God, this is poison. How can I even
This
preach
is-
to them?
Yeah, this is shocking, Prabhu. I don't think this is the attitude of a sincere truth seeker who is a sincere truth seeker who is not on the bodily platform. He would not have this attitude. So it's quite shocking to know what you said.
No, but I've heard it more than once.
Yeah,
And
I totally believe you.
And it's totally shocking to me because it's like they're being condescending with me, and I'm supposed to be humble. So
And
I try to be.
it's-
At what point do you try to be humble, Prabhupada disciple? And at what point do you have to just stand up and defend yourself and your God brothers and God sisters from these people that are blatantly, openly, condescending? Calling us a bunch of hippies. We're a bunch of losers. We're not doing anything with Prabhupada now. Look at you, and we're doing it better. And you're just, I mean, I've actually heard this more than once. I'm not saying it just to saying everybody speaks like this, but this is a kind of a poison that gets spread amongst some of the younger.
But in
devotees.
another sense, we should not be surprised. This is typical Kanishta Adhikari mentality. The seventh canto of the Bhagavatam, it's described that one should treat the godbrothers of one spiritual master practically on the same level as one spiritual master. But Kanishta Adhikaris, they don't know the Shastra. So they're going to,
Can I just say something? Can I just say something?
Yeah, please.
It is
Go
their
ahead.
misfortune.
I mean, Rupan. Oh, all right. Well, anyway, Rupanuga was talking about how we have this mission ahead of us, and we know we're fighting against the Rakshasas. Yeah, I mean, that seems like most everybody here has probably reached that conclusion that ISKCON was infiltrated, and pretty much the attitude there isn't going to be our friend. So it seems to me like we're in an emergency. I mean, talk about urgency that Prabhupada was, and that wasn't a time when World War III is like right on our doorstep any minute. I mean, there's going to be lockdowns real soon again. I know we can't talk about these things, but we can kind of talk about the mission in the sense that, how our communication is going to go on if infrastructure goes down, that kind of thing. So I don't, to me, that's more real because we've already rehashed, it's like, yeah, we're all brokenhearted, and we've got spread to the four corners of the earth, and we got our, we did things that, because we didn't have the strength of the whole community around us. But somehow or other, it's like it seems like we're getting a sense of who the real, the ones that are carrying on the missionary spirit that really didn't, I mean, I lost faith in Srila Prabhupada, but I got it back. So, that's what I'm getting from Rupanuga anyways, is the mission. But if we could talk about it in terms of how do we go forward, because here I am, a Mataji, my husband's, kind of still just beginning. And how am I in my situation going to be able to spread Krishna consciousness when there's no gasoline and no food in the grocery stores? You know what I mean? Because that's the reality that we're looking at, whether it's next week or a few months, is certainly not years away anymore. It can't go on. The insurance companies were reporting anomalies that will be noticed. So there's so many things that maybe we should stop recording if we get into that area. But anyway, that's just what I wanted to say. No disrespect to anybody, I hope.
What about Rahul Gupta? What do you have to say?
Yeah, no, Jai Madhav Prabhu was telling about his experience and Sevanand Prabhu. So I was just saying that is the misfortune of those people who think like that. It's their misfortune.
Yes. And would you say that's the majority of the new generation?
No, but I am not very surprised if they have said such things to them, though it's shocking, and I have never thought like that. I am very different, so I don't think a sincere truth seeker who is trying to not be on the bodily platform would act like the way Jai Madhav Prabhu and Sevanand Prabhu said.
But you know, Rahul Prabhu, there's an instruction by Chanakya Pandit where he says one should not give good advice to a fool because you'll
Right.
simply make them angry at you. So it's also our duty as preachers of Krishna consciousness to realize this devotee is envious, this devotee is puffed up. He's not going to
Absolutely.
take any instruction, just like the ninth offense against chanting the holy name. One should not preach the glories of the holy name to the faithless. Of course, there's practically everyone we approach with a book is practically faithless. But if you've got devotees in house, it's like I remember one day when I was temple president in Montreal, and I went up to one Croatian devotee who was offering coconut flakes on the plate as the daily sweet. And I said, "Excuse me, Prabhu, but this is not exactly acceptable. You know, you have to take that coconut and maybe add it to some ladu and butter and make a nice ladu out of it. You can't just put chips of flakes of coconut. That's not." And he said, "You're not my guru. Wow, who are you to tell me what to do?" And I realized, wow,
Exactly.
this is anarchy. There's no disciplic succession here. Just a free for all. Everyone does whatever the hell they want. It was a bit of a slap in the face. But
Therefore, we don't want people, we are not trying to attract people to become members of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. We're trying to attract people to be followers of Srila Prabhupada, okay? So that's what we have to figure out how to do. To give them Srila Prabhupada in such a way, they're not going to be dismayed by anything else. They're not going to be misunderstanding what his message is. We have to give it in such a pure way, in such a convincing way, that they won't want to find some other alternative. So what do we preach to them? We have to preach to them that they can accept Srila Prabhupada as their spiritual master directly. That's what the whole thing's about. These books are for people to accept Srila Prabhupada as their Shiksha Guru.
uh-huh.
The purports, the verses and the purports are by the spiritual master. The verses are about Krishna and all the pastimes and all the great souls. But the purports are the spiritual master. The purports are the Shiksha Guru, Srila Prabhupada. And the lectures are the Shiksha Guru, Srila Prabhupada. So we have to understand that anybody can accept Srila Prabhupada personally in their lives as their spiritual teacher. They don't have to be a member of anything. They just have to receive him with a proper submissive attitude. You see? So we have to make a distinction. If we're so concerned about what's happened with this movement, then we should not try to reform the movement. We have to realize what happened to it. We still have to go on and go after the non-devotees. All this energy that we're putting out amongst ourselves, which is good to understand the situation, but ultimately we have to come up with some plan, some plan on how to deal with new people in such a way they become attached to Srila Prabhupada and not ISKCON. I mean, that's what it boils down to. And I was a member of ISKCON from day one. I've got my initiation certificate says that Rupanugadas, Mr. Robert F. Corns, is a duly initiated student of the International Society for Krishna Consciousness.
October 1966.
Right there, I got it hanging on the wall. It says I was a duly initiated. I've duly initiated him into the International Society for Krishna Consciousness. But times have changed. Times have changed. The Hare Krishna movement is when I joined. I'm still a member of that. I never left that. I left the other thing, but I never left that. So we have to understand for whom we are working. You see, if we have to ourselves, each individual, figure out how to get Srila Prabhupada across to new people. so that new people that are coming to joining ISKCON don't get it. I've had the good fortune to meet a couple of persons who are not members of, who are outside of ISKCON, who are distributing Srila Prabhupada's books like anything, and they have spiritual names that their parents gave them. They're not initiated. One was initiated by Srila Prabhupada's disciple and rejected him a long time ago when he started putting on robes and collars and stuff. So he's free. He's got Srila Prabhupada direct, who was his Param Guru, supposedly. But I'm saying he's accepted Srila Prabhupada as a Shiksha Guru. So, and there's another generation. That couple, they have a 15-year-old son. And they're telling me that he's different. He's different. And I'm beginning to think, like I said earlier, that they're coming. Other outside of this planet, outside are coming and taking birth in devotee families. They're out there. So what are we going to do? We just have to take advantage of whatever we have and use it. It's like just like there are people all over this world who are sitting in their living rooms and they're being broadcast around the planet, like on Facebook or something. But they're talking about this and they're talking about that, and this and that. So we could do the same thing, but we could just talk about Srila Prabhupada and his mission. And there will be some people out there who the Lord in the heart is saying, listen up. This is what you've been looking for. Listen up. Push it. He'll push. He's pushing. He's conscious. His conscience will bother them as a conscience. He will do everything he can to get them to connect with Srila Prabhupada. Because that's his mission. Super soul. He's not just an order supplier. He's a missionary. He's trying to get everyone connected with Srila Prabhupada. Right?
Right. Can I make a short comment?
Of course.
I would like to say, sort of in nearing conclusion, because it's getting late, that everyone should encourage this reading and Ishtagosti with Rupanuga Prabhu. Invite your friends, invite other devotees, invite your damn neighbor. I don't care. But let's encourage it and build up the numbers, and let's get it on BitChute as soon as possible. Meanwhile, for individuals who are limited in what they can do, anybody can open up a site and call it questions and answers for a spiritual seeker or whatever. You make up your own title, but basically it's going to be online, you at home, asking questions and answers about spiritual life, okay, based on our background. That Anuta Mandasi can do that. She can also send out a call for woofers too, or other devotees who want to live in the countryside. I mean, everyone should get active online. I'm considering it for myself also. Once a week, questions and answers with something, ABC,
That's a really good idea. That's practical. Wow. Yeah, that's a way to find, because like Rupanuga saying, they're out there. We have to figure out how to reach out to them.
Well, the methodology is already there. It's what we're doing now. It's the net.
That's why I started with, let's promote this one. Let's promote yours, Ishtagosti and reading, you and Gora, and let's get it up on BitChute. But everyone else can also do it. Every individual who reads a Prabhupada book or two can also do it.
I have one point I want to make, and then my last point. There's a great difference in preaching to devotees and non-devotees.
Yes.
Now, preaching to non-devotees requires an empathy, a compassion of understanding how they are suffering. Okay. We have to explain to them how to become free of distress, because this whole material world is all full of anxiety. That's the adiapic, adiabotic, adidavic. Every day, Shabbat said, every day, at least one of the three are active on everybody. So as I said before, people may not be pretending that it's not happening, but it is. And when we start speaking from the knowledge, we will attract people. And we can't be worried about how many are taking it, how many believe what we're saying. We can't worry about that at all. We got to leave that up to Krishna. Okay, so don't think that, well, we don't, how many viewers did we get, or how many hits did we get, or like that. That's out of the question. We have to give it up like Srila Prabhupada did. He gave it up. He wasn't thinking about numbers. He was just thinking about his duty, and the numbers happened. So we have to think of what our duty is, and that we're on a mission, a mercy mission that Srila Prabhupada was on, and we're still on the same mission. We have to have that same attitude and not worry about whether we're believed or not, or whether we're making sense or not. We have to just drop all inhibitions and be ourselves. Be the dedicated disciples that we know we are, and not worry about whether people believe us or not, or not worry about whether we're packaging it good or bad. We're going to get through anyway, because the Lord in the heart is in the hearts of everybody out there, and he knows who to direct to us.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no limit. The limit's in our own consciousness. The limit is our own faith. The limit is only in our own belief. And the limit is how much we have confidence in ourselves to be able to explain it to other people. All we got to do is be ourselves. That's all. And we got to speak from the heart. From the heart with knowledge, but from the heart. Because we have to know it's a matter of life and death.
Oh,
This is a matter of
Right.
life and death. It's Krishna consciousness. Because they're thinking out there, well, there's only one life, there's only one life to live, They're thinking like that.
I'd love to see you preaching to karmis. It
And
would
we-
be so
and we-
awesome.
And
If
we
we
could,
could,
and we could we just take advantage of it. Yeah, if it's only one life, well, you better know what it's for. Let's take advantage of all of it. We're not going to say, oh, there's that, well, oh, yeah, there's transmigration, you got another life to live, life, blah, blah. No. Wherever they're at, grab it. Okay. Oh, you say there's one life? Then better we take good advantage of it. The highest knowledge we can have, the highest understanding, the highest realization we can have of ourselves, the highest realization we can have of the purpose behind the universe. We need to know we could preach in so many different ways.
yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do it real. Let's get you on. Let's get a site where we attract people. Ask this. He's equivalent of an apostle in my opinion, and I just love to hear him preaching. It would be so. Wouldn't that be neat to get people in there and we could really hear, how preaching from. See, I didn't get that. I was a Bhaktin, and then I went out on book distribution. It's like you get some classes and then you're not this body, but I didn't get the real heart, the heart preaching that I'm hearing here, which is so sweet. Wow.
Well, it's just the way Srila Prabhupada did it. That's how we got here. Isn't it? We don't have to imitate him. We have to emulate him. We can do the same thing on our level, on our capacity. And Krishna, he will expand that capacity. I didn't practice speaking what I'm telling you. This is all completely spontaneous. I wasn't thinking about what I was going to say tonight or what's going to come up. I had no idea. But I do have this one particular thing. I'm after you, and I'm after me, to go after the people with confidence that we can give them Srila Prabhupada direct, without any interference, without any filtering, without any loyalty to anyone else or any organization. Okay, we have to think about it, that we're here to connect people with Srila Prabhupada. Not to reform anything, not to criticize anybody, but to deal with a person who needs to have Srila Prabhupada's association through his teachings. You can believe the early Christians thought like that. They had to think, we've got to give Christ to these people. They went and fought, all of them were martyred, all of them except one who lived to 80 years old. Even St. Thomas was martyred in India, where in India they called Christ Isha. Christ's name in India was Isha. Isha means controller, Parameshwar, like that. They believed, they understood he was the controller and they were the control. So he's Isha. And he was known as Isha in India when Christ preached there. And after he passed away, his disciples went out and preached in different countries, and they were all martyred in those countries, including India, except for one. Now, I got this I went to a Catholic bookstore and I stumbled on this book that was written by scholars, a lot of Catholic scholars, and they had researched, and there's a controversy of who were the original disciples, and somebody was, and somebody was this, that goes on. But they had records, they had dug up the records, the history of what happened to those disciples that showed that Christ left behind.
So was it Paul that was the one that wasn't martyred?
Paul
Yeah.
was not one of the disciples.
Yeah.
Paul came later.
He was the
Paul-
Roman.
Paul
Paulianity.
was an institution man.
He was the plant. He was the tamal.
Yes. Paul, and yet he's treated as like, but anyway, I don't want to get into that.
Wasn't it Timothy, Saint Timothy, who
Listen,
went to India?
the-
He went to Juhu.
St.
Timothy,
Thomas.
Saint
Oh.
Thomas, I think. St. Thomas.
Thomas was another one who went to India, but he ushered in a whole, like an inquisition later. But I know in Timothy, Saint Timothy went to India, one of the earliest original apostles. He went to India and he set up a preaching center right near Hare Krishna land in Juhu. Later on
yeah.
in Goa, there was a St. Thomas, but I don't know if he was, I don't know if he was an original apostle or not.
I wanted to share something here because I gotta go, but I just wanted to share something with Rupanuga. It's a quote where I have it. Darn it, I had it ready here 20 times already, and everyone has something always to say, which is understandable. And let me just find the quote here. Okay, there it is. Great. This is someone sent this to me, and I was thinking how Rupanuga Prabhu is always saying, stop trying to flog a dead horse. Give up thinking you're going to reform ISKCON, reform the GBC. And Buckminster Fuller, he has a great quote. You never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. Does that support your point, Rupanuga Prabhu?
No, not exactly.
No?
No.
Okay.
We're not here to build a new model. And we're not trying to make anything obsolete.
Okay.
The model we have is Srila Prabhupada's teachings.
Right.
It's never going to become obsolete. It never has to be adjusted to time and circumstance because the books he wrote for the next 9,500 years, we have to work from that.
Right.
So nothing's going to be new. Birth, death, old age, and disease, that's not new. The teachings of Bhagavad Gita is not new. It's very, very old. So it's nothing new we're presenting here. And now we're making a new model. We're making the model, the only model, Krishna's model, Lord Chaitanya's model, Srila Prabhupada's model. We're not creating a new model. We don't have to create a new model. Those other models are transcended automatically. We don't have to worry about adjusting to those models. We don't have to worry about even considering those models. They're all material. And he was a materialist. So he's considering material models. We're not here to make a new model. What our sampradaya is preserving the original model.
Mm-hmm.
So it's very important that we understand that. It's like one point in Srila Prabhupada's his verses he wrote about the Gaudiya Math. He talks in there about how thousands of disciples were driven from the movement. The history is repeating itself. That's all. But unlike them, we've got more. We've got all these books. We've got this media. We've got this net in front of us. We've got so much more to deal with, so many more tools to use than they did. I don't know what happened to them. I don't know where they went, what they did. But he said thousands of them left. So we know that same thing happened to later on with ISKCON. Hundreds and hundreds of Prabhupada's disciples have gone into the private life, the private world. And some of them are preaching on their own. So I'm not saying nobody's doing anything, but I'm saying we have to have a concentrated effort to familiarize the people with Srila Prabhupada.
Uh-huh.
And they're familiar with so many other icons that are not helping them.
Right.
They're all material. There are great souls, many of them, like Srila Prabhupada. He often speaks well about Einstein. He even quotes Shakespeare. He studied Shakespeare. He says, if you want to know human nature, study Shakespeare. So he appreciated Shakespeare. He appreciated Einstein. And actually, communism can be useful too if he's a benevolent dictator. If he's really like a monarch, a real monarch, he really has the ideal of the people at his protecting the people and engaging them. Such a person, communism will work too. A dictator will work too if he's got the right attitude. So real communism is Krishna-centered. Anyway, I'll go on all night.
I know it's like 20 after midnight
It's
here.
not my fault. You know this happens every time. And every time you invite me, you know this happens, so you can't complain about it.
I'm not complaining. I'm supposed to be in Rath Yatra in Toronto, in Montreal. I'm not going to make it. Here's a quote from Stoka Krishna. Stoka Krishna, also known as a fly on the wall, says, "I have just attended a Bhakti Vriksha program for the first time last Friday. It is local to me with about 25 to 70 enthusiastic Indian new devotees attending each Friday. They also have a Mangal Artik on Sunday mornings. There are about 40 such gatherings each week around my city, Melbourne, with different memberships in each. I remember how Indradumna Swami, Sri Prahlad, and other devotees would perform dramas in the street during the Harinam in the 1990s. Very nice. So those are some comments he had to share. Things are going on. It's not just black or white. It's not that Harinam's not going on, book distribution isn't going on. But
I never said that.
no, I know you didn't.
I said that there's something that follows up Harinam and follows up the book distribution.
Uh-huh.
And that is people taking the idea home and introducing it in their private life. It's a direct quote from Srila Prabhupada.
Right.
That doesn't put down, it's not a competition with books, it's not a competition with, or no, it's not a competition with what you just said.
Right.
It's a outlook, it's a plan, it's an understanding of the next phase of the movement.
It's a follow-up program, is what you're.
What it is, it's a cultural planting. It's a planting of roots. So Srila Prabhupada's teachings will take roots in people's lives. You can't have a culture without roots, and you can't have roots without families, without people in their private lives taking it. They are the roots. This movement has to have a cultural roots, and the books are already out there. Many people already have the books in their house. They have these literary incarnations sitting on their shelf, emulating.
Right. No, I've heard of two circumstances. One was, how Indradumna Swami, for years and years, he's been doing this Woodstock program in Poland. I mean, maybe a follow-up program has been devised since, but I heard many years back that although he's introducing Krishna consciousness to hundreds of thousands of people through these Village of Peace and Kirtan programs from the stage, there's not a whole lot of follow-up going on. Similarly, when I was with Gunagrai Maharaj for 6 months, we had a thing called Krishna Fest where we'd go to the Capitol Mall every day and do kirtan there by the Air and Space Museum. And gradually we were hosting Ray Kapo, who became Raghunath Das, and he started a band called Shelter. And he was getting hundreds of letters from kids every week who wanted Bhagavad Gitas, they wanted neck beads, they wanted their zine that they were publishing. And we traveled around with them a little bit to Buffalo and a few cities, and hundreds of kids, because all his lyrics were Krishna conscious. Hundreds and hundreds of kids were like fired up. They wanted to know about Krishna, but he said to me, Raghunath Prabhu, he says, we don't have any follow-up. So many young people are getting interested, but there's nobody to go to their homes and teach them.
Let me give you an example I got from Ratha Yatra. I went to Ratha Yatra in India this year. I went there. I was there. I was right in front of Lord Jagannath, and I got some realizations. And I listened to Srila Prabhupada. When these days come up, I listen to whatever Srila Prabhupada lectured on that day. So I was listening to Srila Prabhupada's lectures at Ratha Yatra in Chicago, not Chicago, LA and Atlanta. And so I was listening, and he was saying, you may go in front of Lord Jagannath, and you, by your being in front of Lord Jagannath, you're freed of all your past sinful activities. All of it. And he also alluded to going into a temple to sing, install the lordships there, same thing. But he was especially talking about Lord Jagannath, because Lord Jagannath was going out unto the people. So he said, you do that, you get freed of all your past sinful activities, but the next day you go out and you do the same thing again.
Mm-hmm.
And he gave the example about the elephant.
Right.
Comes out of the pool clean and everything, throws dust with his trunk, throws dust over himself. So that is what I'm talking about. The next day, see, is to go on keeping pure, keeping the freedom of those past sensual activities, which are such a burden. And psychiatrists, psychotherapists spend hours and hours going over all that karma for people without teaching them how to transcend it. They have to go into the dark holes and follow into the past. Who knows, previous lives, they tap into the subconscious, whatever it takes to get rid of the people's phobias or their unhappiness. But that's not the method. The method is you just got freed of all that by seeing Lord Jagannath. But what are you going to do? Well, that's up to us. We have to say what happens next.
Mm-hmm.
Srila Prabhupada said, this is not churchianity, that you go to temple once on Sunday and you come back next week. He said, this is not churchianity, but they've made it into churchianity. Or they've left them hanging, like those festivals. Where's the follow-up? Where's the handout in the book? You put in the book, it says, hey, this is how you practice at home for your own self-realization. For you and your friends and families, this is how you do it. And one little leaflet stuck in the book could explain the whole thing in one page. What you're doing, how you do it, how you're getting rid of your karma. And that's the cause of your suffering. That's what happened to us. See, we chanted 16 rounds for 6 months. When we came to Srila Prabhupada for initiation, it was a clean slate, because one utterance of the holy name can get rid of all the past. And we chanted 16 rounds a day for 6 months. Why? Because Srila Prabhupada was recruiting preachers, that's why. But anyway, when we went to Srila Prabhupada, we were pretty clean. All we had to do was keep our vows, because if we kept our vows, then Srila Prabhupada wouldn't suffer. But it's after we leave Srila Prabhupada that we break our vows. That's what bothers Srila Prabhupada. Otherwise, we were pretty clean to begin with. You see, but all these people, they go to the temple on Sunday, they go to Lord Jagannath, and they see Lord Jagannath, and they get freed by seeing the Lord. They get freed of all their past sinful activities. But the next day, due to lack of knowledge, due to lack of association, they don't understand what happened to them, and they go ahead and do the same thing they did the day before. And Srila Prabhupada said, suppose on Sunday you see Lord Jagannath, And then on Monday, you go out and you start doing sinful activities. And on Thursday, you die.
Uh-huh.
You die sinful, he said. But we don't want people to do that. We want them to keep going on. Like he said, if you keep going on, you'll understand what spiritual life is all about. So that's where we come in. We got to keep them going and understand that it's part of their life. Make it part of their work and make it part of their day, whatever it takes.
Back 6 o'clock, something, yeah.
I just wanted to thank you very much, Rupanuga Prabhu.
I go.
I totally agree with other devotees were saying earlier. I don't want to use the B word just because now it's affiliated with a harmful intervention. But you're a big shot in the arm for all of us, and it's always inspiring to hear from you. So I'm leaving either tomorrow or Friday morning, so I won't be here for this Friday. But this channel is there for you, and for whoever wants to come and discuss and read with you.
Is our engineer going to be there?
I don't even know if he's there right now. No, he's going to be with me in Montreal, dancing and chanting in front of Lord Jagannath.
So how are we going to communicate?
Everyone has to have a book to have their own book because I
Yeah,
can't.
that's good.
Yeah,
Books on the basis.
yeah. So yeah, you're welcome to.
Which book?
Everybody needs to bring for Friday. Everybody has to bring. What are we doing on Fridays?
Sri Ishopanishad.
Everybody has to bring their own Ishopanishad.
I think it's verse number 8 is the next one what we're on. I wish I could be there, but I can't. I don't know how to expand myself to be at Rath Yatra and be reading with you at the same time. So yeah, so everyone's welcome to do that. And as far as next Monday goes, I have 2 sons in Montreal. I haven't seen them in years, and I don't want to just go there for 2 days and zoom back. If they want to spend some time with me, then I'll stay in Montreal. So you're welcome, as I say, to use the channel.
Well, let's
And,
see what happens. We'll tune into each other and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I just have to be back for next weekend because we're having a Toronto Rath Yatra. So looking forward to seeing Madhuha Prabhu and many wonderful Vaishnavas. I've seen 3 Vaishnavas in the last 3 years in real that aren't on a screen. So I'm just going to immerse myself in as much direct association as I can get. So just giving a heads up, everyone's welcome to use the channel. Just bring your own book. Thank you for coming. Sevananda Prabhu, Jai Madhava, Nutama, Dasharat Sutta Prabhu, Rahul, Stoka Krishna, Krishna Chandra, Mark, and Ananda Dev.
You know what? We'd like to hear more from so-called second generation devotees like Rahul Gupta. We'd like to hear more.
Uh-huh.
So we don't get enough of that. You see, I can talk, but I like to hear the opinions, the realizations of younger devotees.
Sure.
I don't know. You think it's making sense, but I might not be making sense to them. I'd like to hear more because they're the ones who have to carry the ball.
That's right.
And I'm 82 years old, and the rest of us are getting old. So we can't carry the ball very much longer. So we have to pass it on. Whatever we've understood, whatever we come together with on this, we have to be able to pass it on to somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So far, I see only a few younger persons actually taking part in this, and I'm not sure.
Mark G.
Huh?
Mark Prabhu is here from it's Calgary. You're Calgary, right, Mark? Yeah.
Hare Krishna.
I'm
Yeah,
low.
Mark.
Listening very nicely.
He's absorbing it all, taking it all in.
Yeah, that's good. But at the same time, we want to encourage everyone to speak up, whatever their understanding is, or whatever suggestions, or whatever, because it all has to come together before we do anything. Really, it's got to be some cooperative effort. At least we have to understand what our mission is and what the emphasis is. It's different. It's absolutely different because I see this as another phase. We're moving into a new phase in the Hare Krishna movement.
Uh-huh.
It is a phase of substance and not form.
Mm-hmm.
The substance that Srila Prabhupada brought with him that turned into a form, they got a form and got a package. We need another package. We need to take the same substance and make it work for people in a practical way.
Yeah. Rather
Yeah.
than taking the experimental substances.
Yeah,
Who's the fly on the wall?
that's Stoka Krishna Prabhu from I think Australia.
Haribo, Haribo. Okay, thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Jai Prabhu.
All glory to Srila Prabhupada. Thank you very much.
Sindhubhya eva cha patitang pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Rupa
Jai.
Prabhu ki jai. Nitai Gaur
Jai.
Premanand.